Madam Clerk, change that battery first thing tomorrow. Change that battery first thing tomorrow.
Last second.
I see we have. Change that battery tomorrow.
Last second.
Okay, thank you for joining us this evening for our North Pole City Council meeting. Today is November 17th, 2025, and it is 7:03. Sorry for the late start. We had a little bit of a clock debacle, 2025. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, for the October 17th meeting, Mr. Schuster?
Here.
Mr. Brandt?
Here.
Mr. Skips?
Here.
Ms. Rolfe?
Here.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Claus?
Here.
Mayor Church?
Here, just to clarify, November 17th, not October 17th.
Did I say that?
Yes.
So we do have people on YouTube watching, so if everybody could speak into their microphone, it would be wonderful.
All right, thank you for that. Please stand and I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will have the invocation given by Bishop Bauer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Bishop Bauer, if you'll come forth to the mic there.
Our dear gracious Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the opportunity to gather together here in North Pole, Alaska. Please help us as we come here today, that we might be mindful of our neighbors and those of us who are in need in this North Pole area. Please help us that we might be safe and watched over and blessed, and that those in our community might be safe also during this winter season. Please bless our servants, the police department and the fire department. They might be safe as they travel, and keep our streets and our homes safe from the outside influences that are always there. Please help us that we might be remember those people who are less fortunate than us during these holiday seasons. And we thank Thee so much for our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you for that invocation, sir. Appreciate you being here this evening. Takes us on to item 4, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion or amendments?
Like to make an amendment.
State your amendment, sir.
I would like to consent item 11J, 11K, 11L, 12B, 12D, and 12E.
So moved and seconded. Any discussion on any of those? Any other amendments? Councilman Brandt.
Like to move to postpone item 12A, ordinance 2025-19 to the December 1st meeting.
Okay.
Was that 12A?
12A.
12A, thank you.
Okay, any other amendments?
Did I miss the second? Oh, thank you.
Okay, please call the roll on that.
On the motion to postpone 12A ordinance 2025-19, amending Title II, Chapter 20, Section 090, Security Camera Access. Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
And Mayor Church.
Yes.
On the motion to move to the consent agenda, item 11J, which is request to council Jordan Schuster travel. Item K, request to council Sandra Rolfe travel. Item L, request to council David Brandt travel. Item 12, new business, request to council to approve the heating fuel contract for Crowley. And the item D, the appointment to the Fairbanks North Starborough Planning Commission for Greg Corbett, and the appointment to the Fairbanks North Starborough Historical Preservation Committee for John Poirier. Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster? Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mayor Church?
Yes.
On the agenda for this evening, Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Skips, Miss Williams,
Yes.
excuse me, Mr. Williams, wow, Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? Thank you for getting us through that. That brings us on to action item 5, approval of the minutes from November 3rd, 2025. Can I get a motion to approve those, please?
Move to approve the minutes from November 3rd, 2025.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any amendments needed to those minutes?
On page 8,
Okay.
my name's spelled wrong. There's an E at the end on the second under new business. It says seconded by Ms. Rolfe, but it's missing the E.
Thank you. As a housekeeping, I will correct the spelling.
Anything else on the minutes? Can we move that forth with unanimous consent?
I can just call the roll. Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfs,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. That brings us on to communications from the mayor. I would like to ask if Jonathan Free is here. He is our student of the month at North Pole High School. I hope that he's watching online, but I will go through this here. Jonathan Free at North Pole High School. He is involved in JROTC, FFA, Student Council, and Air Rifle. His volunteer activities include ignition monitoring, which is where they help the younger students get acclimated to the high school, which is sometimes a little difficult for those students. He helps run a shooting match once a month at the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. He also enjoys and volunteers at flag retirement ceremonies. He has some awards and distinctions for the Military Officers Association of America, the Tuskegee Airmen Incorporated Award, and the National Society of Daughters of Founders of Patriots of America Award. So thank you to Jonathan Free. We have that, and I'll deliver that to North Pole High School tomorrow. But let's give a round to Jonathan, even though he's not here. Hopefully he's joining us online. If past Councilman and past Mayor Jeff Jacobson, wouldn't mind stepping forward. Jeff, thank you for joining us here this evening. I'd like to read a proclamation I wrote. It's a little bit lengthy, so I appreciate your time. This is proclaiming and honoring past Councilman Jeff Jacobson and past Mayor Jeff Jacobson. Whereas Jeff Jacobson has devoted decades of service to the citizens and families of the city of North Pole and the greater Fairbanks North Star Borough through his leadership, teaching volunteerism, and civic duties. Whereas Jeff Jacobson faithfully served on North Pole City Council from 1993 to 1999, from 2006 to 2009, and again in 2022 to 2005, and honorably held the office of the mayor of the city of North Pole from 1999 to 2006. Whereas during his tenure, he led the 50th celebration of the city of North Pole, expanded the city's water and sewer systems, prioritized park development, street paving, championed projects that shaped the community that we know today, including the addition of the Westcott Pool water slide, the Fifth Avenue Park footbridge, and the Jimmy O'Connor skate park. Whereas beyond your city government, you have served as chief of staff for both the Fairbanks North Star Borough, the city of Fairbanks, as well as the public works director for the city of Fairbanks, bringing his experience and leadership to the area. For over 25 years, Jeff, you have inspired generations as a teacher at North Pole Middle School. from 1984 to 2010, where you also served as PTSA president, advisor, coach, and countless academic and athletic programs, including Student Council, Spelling Bee, Geography Bee, Math Counts, Battle of the Books, cross country running, and skiing, and after school tutoring. And whereas your dedication to the youth and community is reflected in your work as a Scoutmaster with the Boy Scouts of America, as a co-committee chair for the North Pole Sister City Committee, the Economic Development Committee co-chair, member and past president of the North Pole Chamber of Commerce, past president of the Boys and Girls Club Board, Alaska International Senior Games past president, a member of both the State of Alaska Homeland Security Task Force in 2005 and the BRAC Task Force, which prevented the closure of Eielson Air Force Base. Your lifetime dedication of service is recognized through numerous awards, including Teacher of the Year in 1996, North Pole Chamber of Commerce Citizen of the Year in 2003, the Fish and Wildlife Commission and Trail Award for Beaver Springs, and the Distinguished Aurora Award from Explore Fairbanks. You are a proud member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, a graduate of our local Lathrop High School, alumni of the UAF, Brigham Young University, and Alaska Anchorage, focused on education, community service, and even served as neighbors as a local mail carrier during the early 80s. Throughout your life, you have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to faith, family, education, and public service, the true values that embody the true spirit of North Pole. Now, therefore, I, Larry Turch, Mayor of the City of North Pole, hereby do proclaim July 24th, which is Jeff Jacobson's birthday, as Jeff Jacobson Day forevermore in the City of North Pole. Jeff, for your dedication and service and for your desktop, I would like to present you this award with your very own North Pole Day. Thank you for your service.
Mayor, this is quite an honor, and I'm deeply touched and moved, but I could think of no better place to live, to raise a family, and to help my neighbors than North. Family here, act on the life, all the many things that each of us are involved with. I'm many.
Okay, with that, I would like for our own very Dr. Peter Marshall to step forward, if you would, sir. I have to first thank the numerous people who helped put this proclamation together. It is not easy to do research on you, sir, but what an enjoyable time I had doing it. I would like to thank Kelly Atley with the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital, Carolyn McNary, Linda Bullock, Liz Woods, and Kim Bean, along with Dr. Helen Lefgren, who helped contribute to this proclamation I'm about to read. So, whereas Dr. Marshall is a long-serving family physician in the city of North Pole whose compassion and dedication have profoundly shaped the health and well-being of our community. He graduated from the University of Arizona College of Medicine in 1973 and was stationed at Eielson Air Force in 1975, beginning his distinguished career of medical service to the interior, specializing in family medicine. And whereas Dr. Marshall established his solo private practice in the city of North Pole in 1985, fulfilling a lifelong dream of practicing family medicine in a small town where he has faithfully cared for generations of residents with skill, compassion, and integrity, along with sound advice to all who visited. If you've ever been to Dr. Marshall, you'll understand. In 1977, Dr. Marshall was the first staffed nighttime emergency room physician at the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital at a time where ER doctors served on call. From 1979 to 1989, woo! He served as medical advisor to the Fairbanks Fire Department, providing critical medical care, guidance, and training that strengthened public safety throughout the interior. Your commitment to advancing medical education and training extended statewide through the leadership as a board member and later chair of the Alaska WWAMI program from 2001 to 2010, where he passionately advocated that we must grow our own physicians to meet the healthcare needs of Alaska's growing and aging populations. And whereas Dr. Marshall's lifelong practice of making house calls, which at times included flying himself to remote locations to see his patients, often with his black vintage medical bag in tow, reflects the compassion and personal dedication to patient care. A longtime resident of North Pole, Dr. Marshall was recognized in 2017 as the Reader's Choice Award winner for #1 physician by the Daily News Miner, and in 2017 was named North Pole's Citizen of the Year and Grand Marshal of the Independence Day Parade, and received the North Pole Chamber's Pioneer Award of the Year in 2024. Whereas beyond his professional life, Dr. Marshall enjoys spending time with friends, gardening, flying small aircraft, photography, harp playing, which I never knew, and studying the craftsmanship of flintlock rifles. Whereas Dr. Peter Marshall, through decades of service, has embodied the very spirit of North Pole and giving back to the health and vitality of our community. For more than 40 years of dedicated service to the city of North Pole and to North Pole in general, for his unwavering commitment of community health, for leadership in medical education, and for his lasting contributions to the people of North Pole, Eielson, Fort Wainwright, and the entire state of Alaska. Now, therefore, I, Larry Turch, Mayor of the City of North Pole, hereby do proclaim April 7th, Doc Marshall's birthday, as Dr. Marshall Day forevermore in the City of North Pole. And we thank you for all of the lives that you have affected. And I can't say thank you enough, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to present you with this, and for your desktop, sir, your very own Peter Marshall Day plaque. Oh my God. Which you can display until you retire at the end of this year, unfortunately. We thank you for your service to our city, to our country, and to our entire state. Without you and the dedicated service that you've provided, our town wouldn't be what it is. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
In 1985, Drs. Kamek and Dr. Roth closed the office that they had in Dr. Remsing's building on Santa Claus Lane there. And so then for the first time, I had the opportunity I'd really dreamed about, which was to be a family doctor in a small town. And I have to tell you, it's been a tremendous privilege. I feel like I need to thank all the people in North Pole who've been my patients and who have put their trust in me. But it's also allowed me to really realize a dream that started when I was 12 years old, and my pediatrician had passed away, and so my father arranged for me to see his doctor, who was a family doctor in a small town. And that doctor actually spoke to me, not to my mother. As a 12-year-old, that meant a lot. And so then I always aspired to do that. And our town has given me that opportunity. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules for 15 minutes so we can have some cake and discuss and celebrate and say thank you to both of our award winners this evening.
Cupcakes.
Second. All right, thank you.
I'll sign it, but all right, I should have brought that up before we.
That's okay. I'll ask,
Causing trouble over there?
Apparently, no.
Thank you, Jeff Jacobson and Dr. Marshall, for being here this evening. Really do appreciate it. We are still on item 6, communications from the mayor, and I'll be brief. Had a meeting earlier this week or last week with GVA to discuss the proposed changes to the way in which GVA charges for power and its possible effects on the city. On Veterans Day, I got the opportunity to attend the Quilts for Valor that happened at the Senior Center. I want to say thank you to the Senior Center for putting that on. And if you haven't been and experienced a Quilt for Valor, you really should. It's quite the experience. I also attended the flag retirement ceremony at the American Legion Post 99 out in Solcha. And I'd also like to thank Post 30 for their flag retirement ceremony also on Veterans Day. Special kudos to our North Pole Police Department for gathering a little more than 35,000 pounds for the food bank. That is a big deal in a time where people are hurting in our town, and it's tough. And the food bank does a lot of good. So big round of applause for the police department and all the work that they're doing, bringing that home. And with that, that moves us on to item 7, questions. I'm sorry, council member questions of the mayor. Please, Councilman Schuster.
I want to try and phrase this as a question, but about a month ago, I had talked to you about Golden Valley. A lot of builders and developers in the area are having trouble with Golden Valley taking months to connect power and service to people inside the city and outside the city. Even longer if you need it engineered. I talked to one that needed something engineered, and it's 5 or 6 months wait. And I do owe you some. I'm going to go around and get some statements from some of those builders to kind of help you. Remind me of who you could bring that to at Golden Valley, or a committee to try and help, something we can do to help speed up that process.
So I can certainly talk with their public relations department, who I sat with. They were in on the meeting that I had to talk about the effect of the city. So I certainly can bring that to them, and thank you for bringing that up and making that happen for our community, not just in the city of North Pole, but everywhere that has GVA. It really is a problem for all of them. And we have a hard time getting new houses out there if they don't have power. So I appreciate you taking that on, Councilman Schuster. Any other questions? Okay, that moves us on to, oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Claus, I didn't see you there.
Thanks, Mayor. So I had a question going back to something we were talking about during the budget process. Things like what finally happened with the access to Chat GPT. Are you familiar with that? Like when somebody asks about what's on the Chat GPT, since you're using it.
Is there a question in there?
Public
Okay.
records requests. How does one handle a public records request for that?
So I believe we talked about that last meeting when we had a citizen come forward, but that's handled just like any other public records request at the city. We have a procedure that we follow, and that's how that works. So the clerk starts off with the clerk because she's in charge of that, and then gets distributed out, and public records requests get filled.
Thank you. And I think I'll save the other two for we're going to talk about the budget later, correct? A little bit.
Yes, we certainly will. It's on the agenda this evening.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, please, Councilman Brandt.
I'm just curious if the bed tax committee got reorganized yet. The meeting is next week.
Yep, the bed tax committee did not get reorganized. Per code, that was set into place at the beginning of the year. So we allowed the committee to be what it is next year, and next year we will adopt the changes that were made at our last meeting. Those committee members who were on that committee are very excited to be on the bed tax committee, have been looking forward to this.
for an entire year to serve their city in this capacity, and to change that last minute, along with trying to change the committee, it's a lot to happen in a short amount of time. So we decided to leave that committee the way it was designed and addressed at the beginning of the year, and at the beginning of next year, that will be dealt with and taken up in that fashion. So thank you for that question. Follow-up, certainly. Please.
So last meeting, we passed ordinance 2025-11. And in that, you removed the language for disposal of real property, but our charter requires in section 12.3 B that the council shall provide in the code the procedure whereby the city may purchase, sell, lease, or dispose of real property. I tried to bring that up in the last meeting and I was cut off by you. Has that been addressed? Have you addressed that particular problem and written a new ordinance for disposal of real property?
No, I have not done that yet, but thanks for bringing that up and to my attention, and appreciate that. You voted on that as well, so thank you for that. Anything else, Councilman Brandt? Okay, any other council members, please? Councilwoman Rolfe.
I just had one question. Under our charter, we're required to have a borough representative appointed, and currently I don't see that we have one appointed. Is that going to be done at some point?
Are you volunteering for that appointment, Councilwoman Rolfe?
I mean, if somebody needs to be appointed, I would be more than happy to volunteer for it, but under charter, we're required to have somebody appointed to that position, and there isn't anybody currently.
So under the previous administration, we had a sign up that was done by volunteer, and it was very difficult to get anybody who wanted to go in and take care of that, because it is quite a substantial evening at the borough. That sign up has been and still is at any time anybody would like to go, and unfortunately, I'm the only one who has ever gone to that position, and it's been out there for any one of us council members to sign up for. Did you want to go, Councilman Brandt? I see you over there shaking your head.
I go to the meetings anyway, so I
Oh.
might as well. So
Okay, well, that's great. Thank you for volunteering. I appreciate that. Let me know which meeting you'd like to go to and be the North Pole representative, and the clerk will print you off some business. Please, Madam Clerk.
I didn't pass them out this week, but I did print the City of Fairbanks council meeting roster for 2026 and our roster for 2026. The borough hasn't set their roster for 2026, so I didn't want to hand out two council meeting calendars without the boroughs, but that resolution will go forward in January. So if somebody else wants to be appointed and always be the person, though, that makes it incredibly easy. But the borough hasn't set 2026's calendar for you guys to sign up for at least next year. The rest of this year I do have if anybody wants to sign up for.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Anyone else? Okay. Brings us on to action item 8. Citizens' comments, Madam Clerk.
Any person wishing to speak on an item not on the agenda needs to sign up on the list on the public testimony table. Respectful standards of decorum and courtesy should be observed by all speakers. Remarks should be directed to the council as a body rather than any one member of the council or staff, and comments will be limited to 5 minutes. If anybody is commenting on anything that is on the agenda, that will come up during the public comment for that item. I don't have anybody signed up online or on Zoom. Is there anybody that wants? Jeff Jacobson, come on forward.
Jeff Jacobson, 391 Fennell Drive. Last council meeting, you gave me the opportunity to present and talk about the Light the World giving machines. And this week, the giving machines will be installed and operational at Santa Claus House starting Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week through November 19th through December 10th. There are 5 local charities 30 items in the vending machines in which individuals can purchase these items for those in need around us. And as Bishop Bauer prayed that we would be mindful of those of our neighbors and those in need, this is a simple way to purchase an item anywhere from $5 up to $250 that a local charity has said that they need to provide for those that they serve. And those nonprofit agencies in our area that will receive donations through the giving machines this year are the Breast Cancer Detection Center of Alaska, Interior Alaska Center for Nonviolent Living. They have items such as ID replacement, 1 week of safe shelter. Breast Cancer Detection Center has things such as life-saving equipment, gasoline for the mobile mammogram mobile clinic. I just say that instead. Lifting Hands International, you can buy a refugee meals or 1 live goat that will go to families in refugee camps or in rural villages that when multiple goats are supplied there, they can provide fresh milk and cheese and meat for their family and also become economically more stable. American Red Cross, Vital Vaccines and Infant Care Kit, Fairbanks Community Food Bank, you can do family groceries, holiday meat, Alaska Center for Children and Adults, sensory support, mobility support devices, Fairbanks Resource Agency, caregiver respite, and caregiver resources are some of the 30 items that are in the vending machines. I encourage everyone who is in attendance today or is listening to make that a family tradition to go there. And I have extra cards and flyers for anybody in the audience today who need them, who would like them to put them up in their businesses or to remind them to go to Santa Claus House.
Jeff, I'd like to say thank you for taking this on. I know that you were at the Fairbanks City meeting, the Borough Assembly meeting last week, and you have really taken this on to help provide wonderful things for our community and to continue to do that. So thank you for taking this on again this year and making that happen. Please, Councilman Schuster.
I can't remember at last meeting, did you say there was an event the first day it opens or the weekend where at
Yes.
the Santa Claus House?
There is an event that starts tomorrow, Wednesday at 2 p.m. That's the ribbon cutting ceremony. And then at 2:30 at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Chapel on 8th Avenue across from the middle school. There'll be a public reception there from 2:30 to about 4:30. And you're welcome to attend.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Lane, and I live at 2265 Flight Street. I also work for the North Pole Chamber and would like to have you mark on your calendars now, a little bit early, that on December 13th is the bazaar at the North Pole Mall from 10 to 5. And then the North Pole Lions will be sponsoring the fireworks at 6 p.m. And then on Sunday, please join us at North Pole High School at 2 p.m. for the community Christmas celebration. If you've never been or you haven't been in many years, please come and join us.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Lane? Thanks for joining us this evening. Appreciate it.
Can you tell us what happens at the event at the high school?
Sure, of course. So it's a community Christmas celebration, and several local young students, they sing songs, they say verses, they say jokes, just performing. And then we have Santa there, and also the reading of The Night Before Christmas. And then there's refreshments afterwards. Oh, sorry. And the crowning of the King and Queen of North Pole. Sorry.
All right. Thank you for that, Karen.
Ask Queen. Hi, I'm Buddy Lane, 2265 Flight Street. I just want to echo everything that was said about the two gentlemen tonight. I've known both of them for a long time. Peter Marshall, more on the professional side than anything, is dealing with him when I was at the fire department. And then with Jeff Jacobson, he's one that actually promoted me or hired me as fire chief. And I got to say that working for that man was a joy. I knew that I could go into his office and meet with him, and if we didn't agree and we had shouting matches, then we'd go have a Coke afterwards, and everything was great. He's done a lot for the city, and so has Doc Marshall, and I just wanted to echo your things. They were great. I appreciate it. It's been a long time since I sat in this chair and talked.
Yes, it has. Welcome back, sir.
I don't think I ever
Question.
talked from as a non-employee. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us this evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Travis Kerner. I live at 452 North Evelyn Drive. Reason I'm here, I'm a police officer here with the North Pole Police Department. I have been since 2021. Currently the most senior officer on staff here at the North Pole Police Department. Enjoy my job, love my job. It's been an absolute honor serving for the city of North Pole. I've lived here pretty much my whole life. My folks have been here since 1973. We raise our kids here, just love this community. Behind me, you'll notice there's several officers. The entirety of the patrol room actually going to be talking about our concerns about possibly, we've heard rumblings of maybe losing some of our budget for the police department and losing a position. It's something that we're concerned about, something that, obviously we take personally because we put our lives on the line every day. Again, I enjoy serving this community. It is a great community to serve, and it'll be mirrored by many of my colleagues here. I love each and every one of them. I have trained the entirety of the patrol room -1 on FTO, and I formerly came from Fairbanks Police Department, came to North Pole, and it was the best decision I ever made. Lance Dahlke, who's also in attendance here, he was one that actually talked me into speaking to, at the time, Chief Dutra, and Chief Dutra was like, listen, don't give up on your law enforcement dreams. North Pole's a different place, and it has been. It's been an absolute honor to serve. I'm not going to take up a bunch of your guys' time because, like I said, there's several officers that are going to speak to it. You're going to hear different stories from officers, as well as maybe some stats and stuff. And I just ask that you guys bend your ear to each of these officers. All right. Any questions?
I don't see any, but I'd like to say thank you for your service to the city and also to the city of Fairbanks, but all that you do here in the city of North Pole. Thank you for that. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Todd Bloom. I live at the 1800 block of Blackburn Way. I'm here to speak to you, as my colleague Travis spoke to you about. I've been working here for a number of years. I absolutely love working for the North Pole Police Department. I love serving the community. I love everything about this place, this small town, this small community. I've met so many wonderful people. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about concerns with specifically officer safety, with double coverage, that sort of a thing. For the last couple of years, I know Chief Dutra has been, as well as Chief Smith, working on trying to get this department up to a double coverage situation, meaning having more than one officer on at a time. Having a single officer on is a safety concern. A story just happened a couple days ago, just so you guys are aware. I was called to a trespassing at a local restaurant in town. I showed up to a heavily intoxicated male. He, during the interaction, he showed signs of pre-attack indicators. It had me concerned. I had requested AST. They were coming from Fairbanks. During this discussion, I was able to de-escalate the situation. He was able to leave. Unfortunately, he came back a few minutes later. I did have to end up arresting him. Luckily, the AST trooper who was en route knew me as a friend of mine and came anyway, and we were able to get him arrested without incident. When I delivered him to Fairbanks Correctional Center, he proceeded then to fight every single corrections officer at FCC, and they hauled him away into solitary confinement. I want you to understand, these are things we face every day. That could have been me on the side at the restaurant by myself. Chief Smith is doing an excellent job leading this department. He is working on a plan to provide that officer double coverage. Most of my shift is single coverage. 3 of my 4 days is single coverage. I work day shift. So during this time, I have to respond to these calls myself. We do have admin available, but they're busy doing admin stuff. So I want to encourage the council to continue to listen to Chief Smith's advice, his direction. He is pushing to increase that officer safety aspect by doing that double coverage. Part of this double coverage as well is officer retention. A lot of the officers here have worked single coverage by themselves, either late at night or during the day like me. They also love this city and want to continue working here and plan to continue working here. But we are concerned that if we don't continue down the path of moving forward with double coverage, that it is going to cause issues in the future, possible retention issues and such. We want this department to continue to move forward. It's a great department, a great culture, and we believe it will continue to be successful, again, under Chief Smith's leadership. So I just encourage you guys all to listen to him and to listen to what he has to say.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else who would like to?
Michael Templin. I'm originally from Alabama. I've got 20 years of prior service in law enforcement in Alabama until 23 when I moved up here, went to work with North Pole. Love this department. It has been phenomenal. The department is just very fluid in the way we try to work together with each other as a team. My biggest concern, like Officer Bloom mentioned, was officer safety. And I'll give a kind of a short example. My departments I came from, I had 5 departments in the area. I worked with the county. We had a minimum of 5, sometimes 6 officers that were on duty at a time. I got a call, just a simple call. It was a subject had a wreck, minor wreck. When I get on the call, the 2 subjects are talking to each other. Literally, there was a crack in a bug deflector that was on the top of the car, so something very minor. Should have been a nothing call. I was getting ready to start knocking the report out for the subjects. The husband shows up, very, very staunch against law enforcement, period. Goes in the house, comes out with a shotgun, firing off 3 shots. I, of course, got cover, called for backup. It took 30 officers 5 minutes to get there. And I mean, doesn't take much, so that gunfight's not going to last very long before somebody gets hurt. That being said, you know, we got there, so they finally got there. We were able to get the subject detained and get him arrested. But it was a long, drawn out 5 minutes while I'm waiting for the backup to get there. That being said, it adds tremendous stress when we're out here by ourselves and we know we're going to a potential hot call. Give an example that I gave to Chief the other day. We had a DUI ready that coming out of Fairbanks, and it turned on Peridot. State, all of their units were busy, and it had gotten passed over to us for that. Fairbanks was all busy. So my concern was, here we go, I'm gonna get out. There's somebody's already drunk. Is it gonna be a fight or not? Never located the subject. He wasn't at the address, you know, but it's potential of being a very hostile situation. From previous departments, we never went down to one. That was an absolute no-no. Somebody got called in. The very bare minimum was 3 officers that we had. I know this is a small department, not saying that we'd have to have that many, but it would be very beneficial to have 2. The amount of time that one officer gets stuck on a call because we're singled up and there's other calls coming in, and now we've got to call state to come answer our calls because we're tied up on this call. That might take us an hour, hour and a half. It just would be very beneficial, along with the safety. You know, if we have a call that's a hot call, one of our guys, we're out patrolling, one of them's on a traffic stop, they get off the traffic stop and get en route. Our units can get to us faster than state or Fairbanks. You know, they do get en route, but you're talking 15 to 20 minutes for them to get here. So, yeah, if you just work with us, we'd be greatly appreciated. Any questions?
Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
My name is Officer McBroom. I work for North Pole Police Department as well. I live off of Arcturus Court on Plaque Road. Like some of these other officers have mentioned, officer safety is kind of a big deal, and that's a term that we throw around a lot. Hopefully I can kind of shed some light on some of what we deal with. My dad and grandfather both worked for the city here as a police department or as an officer. My dad was a sergeant before he retired, but so I'm kind of attached to the North Pole community. I grew up here. I was raised here, and so I'm familiar with the area and with works here. Knew Chief Dutra before he retired pretty well as well, and enjoy working for Chief Smith as our new chief. Some of the stuff that we tend to deal with, I work grave shifts right now, so I work 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. Typically, the calls that we get are borderline dangerous most of the time, just because nothing good happens after midnight, and people are not usually doing good things or life decisions. You never really know what you're going to go into when you get called. Usually you have minimal details. You're kind of just going off of what's being told to dispatch. And usually people are kind of in crisis mode anyway, so they don't really give a ton of detail. They're kind of just going off of what's happening right then and there. It's a very kind of unknown. And if you're working by yourself, and even if you request the Alaska State Troopers, which we do frequently, they have about 3 officers working right now that are covering the greater North Star Borough outside of the Fairbanks and North Pole. And so it's kind of a toss up to whether they're even going to be there. And so you're kind of going into this on one occasion, just as a matter of a practical story. I showed up. I ended up going into a house. There's a male who is about 300 pounds. And as you can see, there's not a whole lot of me here. I'm about 120 pounds soaking wet with all my gear on. So going into that, he was intoxicated, kind of on the borderline as to what he was going to do. He had kind of already trashed the entire house. And then there's 3 other people that are there as well. So kind of in a bad position. If things go sideways, I'm by myself. And now somebody who's kind of volatile, and you're trying to calm them down and be kind of easy on them so that they're not going to go crazy and throw me through a window. I'm having to arrest him by myself, and my nearest backup is 20 minutes away, maybe 10 if they're running lights and sirens. And so if things go badly, which they do sometimes, and it's unfortunate, and it's part of the hazard of the job. We've all signed up for it. We know what we're here to do. So it's, we recognize the dangers of our profession. Then it goes bad quickly, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. If you can get your radio out, usually if you're inside a house in North Pole, I'll say your radios don't work. And so you're usually having to go outside or call on a phone, which kind of puts you in a position where you're having to free up your hands and everything like that. And you don't have a ton of time to react. So these are some of the things that, again, we say officer safety, we're throwing that term out there. Those are some of the things that we deal with, some of the challenges that we face. And if you're having to force entry on a house because people are inside, dying, or something else is happening that's very bad. Sometimes people are escaping, and you have people going kind of all over the place, and you only have one person to cover everything. Then it poses a potential safety hazard for not just us, but for the public as well. If you have people that are leaving residences and going out and committing other crimes because you can't get there and stop them in time with one officer. These are some of the things that having 2 officers is very helpful for your own safety as well as others. Not to say that, even if you're driving around and something bad happens, like you get in an accident or somebody else walks up on you and shoots you in your patrol car or something like that, dispatch may not even know that you're out there by yourself. So having another officer where you can kind of watch each other, keep each other's backs, and see what's going on is very helpful. That's really all I got to share. Having another position does bridge that gap. That allows us to have 2 officers on every shift and double cover everybody. And so all of us can go home safe and healthy. So
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Anyone else signed up to give testimony or would like to give testimony?
Hey, my name's Tyler Nicholson. I'm a officer with North Pole Police, have been since 2023. Big reason for choosing the department is how well everyone meshes together. Speaking with Chief Dutra and Lieutenant Smith at the time was really heartening and made me feel good about coming here. What I wasn't aware of was all of the single officer shifts that I was going to be doing. Been doing that for 2 years now. We're slowly starting to get shifts arranged to where it's working out for two, and it's been awesome. Feels much safer. It's a lot easier to deal with calls that we're getting. An example of a call that did work with two officers, and thank goodness it was two officers. I believe Chief Smith shared some photos with you guys of our body cams earlier this summer. We had a male who was suicidal and fighting over a gun with his wife in a closet. So Officer Bloom and I responded. It came out as a hot call, which is everyone respond, and usually that's just you're going by yourself. But this time I did have Officer Bloom on shift. We go in, there's three little kids standing at the top of the stairs screaming for us to help. Got the kids out of the way. Officer Bloom and I were able to make entry into the house and force entry into a bedroom and stop it. Having two officers means that there's four eyes looking at the situation. When we did get in there, he did have the gun in his hand. No one got shot. I'm very thankful that we had two on that day because it made controlling him, getting the wife out of the closet, just everything was much safer and easier to control. So I appreciate that we're working towards the two officers, and I think another officer spot would make this a lot easier. That's all I have.
Any questions? Thank you, sir, for being here this evening.
Hello, my name is Annalisa Kerner. I reside at 452 North Evelyn Drive within city limits. My husband, Travis Kerner, is a patrol officer with North Pole Police Department. Travis and I have lived in North Pole for most of our lives, and our extended families continue to reside in that area. I sincerely appreciate the employment opportunity that Travis was given by North Pole Police Department, and I believe it was the best decision for our family. Although other Alaska agencies offered higher compensation, we felt it was important to serve the community where we live and raise our four children. Throughout the more than 5 years that Travis has served in law enforcement, he has rarely expressed any dissatisfaction with his work. Law enforcement has been his passion, and he takes great pride in serving the public. I've always felt that as long as he remains supported by the department and the city of North Pole, he would look forward to retiring many years from now as a member of North Pole Police Department. This past week, he informed me of his concern about the department possibly losing a patrol position due to budgetary constraints. I share this concern as the greatest risk he and other officers face is being the only officer on duty. With both the Alaska State Troopers and the Fairbanks Police Department operating at critically low staff levels, there have been many occasions where backup was unavailable or more than 30 minutes away. He has many stories of being by himself on DUIs, domestic violence calls, and traffic accidents. I worry for both Travis and the other officers for their safety when they serve alone. As a police officer's wife and the mother of his children, I respectfully urge the council to not consider eliminating any positions. Doing so would place officers at a significant greater risk and would jeopardize the level of law enforcement coverage that the citizens of North Pole, like myself, actually rely on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Good evening. Please state your name.
My name is Hannah Nicholson. I am the wife of Tyler Nicholson, who's an officer for North Pole Police Department. I currently work as an Alaska State Trooper dispatcher, and every day I see the requests for assistance that come in from North Pole Police Department. The fastest response time we can provide is almost always 20 minutes away, and that's on a good day. More often, it is longer. No officer should ever have to respond to any call of any nature, knowing their closest backup is 20 minutes away. Imagine what that actually means. Have you ever had to fight for your life for 20 minutes? Have you ever had to wonder if your help is even close or if you're going to see your family again? We ask these men and women everything they have to protect and serve the city of North Pole. They deserve adequate staffing, reliable backup, and reasonable protection. I ask you to think of this. Are you prepared to look a newly widowed wife or husband in the eye holding a 1-month-old child and tell them that their spouse is not coming home because help was too far away? Is that a conversation any of you are willing to have? Officer safety is a community safety. Adequate staffing is not optional, it is essential. I urge you to consider staffing levels and stand with officers who keep this community safe every day. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
sign up, and am I good to go?
You are, just put your name on there, who you are, your place of residence, ish. Thank you for being here.
I didn't know they were going to be testifying on this, but I'm just assuming that you're talking budget stuff and trying to get backup for the police department for two people showing up on scene. Is that what you're talking about? And the reason that I'm just assuming that because I hadn't kept track of it, but I did come here a few weeks ago and did a presentation at 10 minutes she gave me on opioid overdose. And I've done probably 15 or 16 of these, Boy Scouts, the senior citizens, Interior Republic. I've been doing them all over the borough. And so I have a pretty extensive knowledge on this. And so to make it impactful for the 10 minutes, if you remember, I showed you a female police officer who did a routine traffic stop, got a whiff of fentanyl, enough of her an overdose, went down, and she gave testimony afterwards. They had to give her 3 naloxone sprays, and she indicated she would be dead if she did not have that backup with her. And I'm here to tell you, we are still in an opioid crisis in our country, and it's here in North Pole, it's here in Alaska, and that if you're going to think about any other thing, you need to have backup, because if they get a whiff of fentanyl or carfentanil, which is 100 times worse than fentanyl, they got 4 minutes. And you're not going to get help there in that time. And the reason that woman stayed alive, that female police officer, is because she had backup.
Thank you, Jerry Million. I appreciate it. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Lance Stolke. I'm going to give you a little bit different perspective. By the way, I live at 453 Evelyn Drive. I've lived here for about 40 years now in the North Pole area. But I'm going to give you a little different perspective of what these guys are talking about, what they're going through. I was a city police officer here in 1986. I was an Alaska State Trooper. I got laid off during the economy crunch in '86. I know some of you remember that. And the city of North Pole graciously gave me a job to support my family. Back then, there was 7 of us. 7 of us in this department, and 7 of us taking care of this city. The state troopers who laid me off had a minimum staffing of 2 troopers during the day shift and 3 during swings and mids. There was no backup. So the way things worked for us back then was 1 officer, 1 riot. That's the way it was. Unfortunately, our society, well, I should say maybe fortunately for us, our society was a lot different then than it is now. When we got involved in an incident and we were involved with a citizen, we might see that citizen a week later and they'd say, gee, officer, I'm really sorry about what happened last week. Most of the time they'd apologize to you when you saw them. Our society has changed significantly. Our society is no longer in support of law enforcement officers. I spent the last 40 years here in the interior working with the Alaska State Troopers and other agencies. I can assure you that things are completely different now than they were when I was a young patrolman back in the 70s when I first got here. It's a total different atmosphere. It's a total different world. And when these guys are alone, they're in jeopardy. I know you guys have watched the videos of people at these community activities going on in the lower 48. And when an officer's involved in an altercation, there's 90 people standing there with their cell phone videotaping, and not one person is stepping up to help that officer. The other thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, you have to consider the lawsuits that you're putting yourself in a position for when you put an officer out there and he's making these decisions by himself. And if he has to take action that ends up in a tragedy, what kind of lawsuits are going to come from that? Because we, the city, did not support that officer and he was by himself in that position. Our society is completely different now than it was back then. Things are totally different for the officers on the street. I will tell you all that I have buried many police officers that I have known that got killed in the line of duty. And I regret every single one of them, because if there would have been more officers there, they probably would have survived the incident they were involved in. So just keep that in mind, and keep in mind our society dictates now how our police officers are and what they can and cannot do. And the safety of these officers depends on you supporting them and ensuring their safety while they're on duty. And of course, the ramifications for the city of North Pole. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony, Mr.
That was
Belkey.
easy.
Hi, my name is Christian Pergandy. I live off of Armistice Street. I am a patrol sergeant with the City of North Pole. I've worked here since 2022. I started my law enforcement career in the city of Fairbanks. Ever since I came to North Pole, it's a completely different atmosphere, small town vibes, all that stuff that the quintessential small town thing is kind of what North Pole is to me. And it's really a privilege to be able to police in a town like this. So I'm not going to share too many. We've heard plenty of stories. What I'm going to do, since we're kind of approaching the budget year, is just offer some statistics to kind of help put into context what everyone is kind of saying. So all of these statistics I'm going to be reading to you, they could be pulled freely from any one of you, from the FBI's statistics board, or the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or even the Department of Labor. So in 2023, officers were assaulted at about 13.2 assaults for every 100 officers. So that's more than a 1 in 10 chance of an officer being assaulted. In 2019, 30.7% of those assaulted officers were injured. And in 2021, that figure increased to about 35.2. So if we're going off of those statistics, the working assumption that is about 1 in 3 assaults on an officer are going to result in some type of medical treatment. So in 2019, the total number of officers assaulted was 56,000. Again, that's the assault rate of 11.8. And 62.1% of all of those assaults were due to single coverage. So that was a one officer response call. So over 62% of those assaults occurred due to a single officer response. So with direct cost estimates here, we're talking about like workman's comp data. So in Illinois, the average cost of a low impact claim was about $2,500 to $4,000 per claim across minor injuries. Anything resulting from head injuries or nervous system injuries are about $90,000 per claim per year. And PTSD claims, which are one of the highest claims in law enforcement for any traumatic event, can be approximately $114,000 per year cost to the city. Basically, these numbers are broken down between low, moderate, and high severity claims. One of the biggest impacts outside of just the workman's comp side of things, the AMLJA side of things, is the PERS Tier 4 side of things. So if a member of any police department has to medically retire due to injuries sustained on duty, the benefit that they receive is they have to continue to receive 40% of their salary while on occupational disability. They continue to earn that salary. And then the employer has to make all required contributions as if the member were working, plus the member's contributions, until they're eligible to retire, which for law enforcement is 25 years. So when you do the cost analysis of how much a life-changing claim like that could impact the city financially, it's pretty significant. When you run the numbers for even one officer, that's a pretty significant detriment on city finances. So again, that was just kind of my statistics on this. We could go into call stuff, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But just know that most agencies like LAPD, Seattle, Dallas, and NYPD, they aim for a response time of approximately anywhere from 6 to 8 minutes from the time they're processing the call to the time an officer arrives. As you've heard from previous officer testimony, the average time it takes for backup to arrive is about 20 minutes. And I would say our response time is significantly lower than bigger agencies. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
I promise I'm not talking about the police. I'm Howard Rixey. I'm going to actually talk about two topics tonight there. One is I wanted to echo on the Chamber of Commerce's thing. A couple things that were forgot to be mentioned there was one. So our monthly luncheon, which is normally on the fourth Tuesday or Thursday, because of the holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, our luncheons are going to be the week prior. So the third Thursday of the month there. So that means this week is the North Pole Chambers luncheon, and y'all are invited to come. It's real close. It's over by the hotel, actually in the hotel from 12 to 1. And I really encourage you to do that. The other thing is on the chamber. So we're in a period of time where we actually are taking nominations. And I heard previously they were talking about the king and queen. But we actually solicited a number of nominations. And yes, we do solicit the candidates for the king and queen, and then we turn that over to the regents, the former king and queens, to decide who's going to be the 2026 king and queen. But those nominations are due by November 28th, and that's done on our website. The other nominations we take is every year we make a point to do annual recognition. We have 4 awards, those being Business of the Year, Citizen of the Year, Volunteer of the Year, and Pioneer of the Year. So, and again, that's all done on our website, and those dates are all, as well due on November 28th. And we'll be making presentations on our December 18th luncheon meeting. So those are all the things there. I also wanted to put this caveat here, something that's new. And Mr. Mayor, you're going to have to help me out fill in the gaps here. So as mentioned there, yes, the Winterfest is on Saturday, December 13th, and fireworks at night, and then the Christmas celebration on Sunday. But on Friday night, we've got the Parade of Lights that's going to go on. This is something new this year, where we've had some people solicit the opportunity of wanting to celebrate Christmas in a very, I don't know, brandish way, I guess. And we're excited I say we. So the North Pole Lions, the new Northern Lights Badger Lions Club, and then the Chamber are all co-sponsoring this event where they are going to leave, I believe it's Bradway, and drive into North Pole with various vehicles and whatnot. They're lit up like Christmas. And that's going to be on Friday night, and I believe it's at 6 o'clock. Is that right?
I think 6:30 was the start of that, per the request.
Okay, so 6:30. So we're excited to bring the community in another new event. So that's all I have to offer on the chamber, but I also wanted to speak as your committee chair for the North Pole Economic Development Committee. And I will tell you, I'm really proud of that committee. We reframed it, reformed it as far as the composition goes last January. We've been working our butts off. We just concluded wrapping up the details on our economic analysis of the North Pole community, and our last meeting, which is December 3rd, we will be putting the final touches on what we're proposing as the marketing and branding plan for the greater North Pole community. And we will offer that to you as a city council by the end of December. And we look forward to some opportunity to actually speak to that in a more formal setting, whatever. But I would encourage you to embrace what that committee has come up with there. It's very thorough analysis, very comprehensive, and what have you there. With that, I want to close this out there. And so that committee is comprised of 10 people. A reminder of it is there's 2 members from the city council on that. So if you're looking for opportunities to get appointed to next year's committee, which I believe all those appointments are going to happen in January. So that's 2 opportunities for you. We also have a member of the chamber, FedCo, as well as the Explore Fairbanks, 2 businesses, and then a nonprofit, as well as we have an economic advisor. So those are all committee seats that are back open in January and what have you. And I hope you really embrace that opportunity and what that brings to this community, because it has, in my opinion, been very significant over this last year. And that's all my comments, unless you got questions.
Any questions for Mr. Rixey? Seeing none. Thank you, Howard, for being here this evening.
All right, no problem. Thank you. I think I'm the last one, but.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online who would like to give testimony?
I don't have anybody online, and nobody sent any comments for me to read aloud into the record.
Hey, is there anyone else in the room who would like to give testimony? Okay, we'll close that public testimony. Thank you for that. Thank you all for showing up. Appreciate that. It's great for council to hear your concerns in the first person. Appreciate that. That brings us on to action item 9, communications from department heads. Clerk Braniff, would you like to kick that off?
Sure. I don't really have a whole lot to report this meeting. I wanted to thank Maggie for her help that she gave me getting ready for this meeting and working on the minutes. I'm just looking forward to see how things will change going forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Okay, that brings us on to Chief Heineken, since you're in,
Mayor,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
I did have a question.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't see your hand there.
Sorry.
Councilman Claus.
Thank you. So, Mayor, I would like our city clerk, I know she has a lot of things that she has to juggle in the office as far as getting stuff done, like minutes and things like that. I'm not sure if everybody on city council knows exactly what that city clerk job is comprised of and the different areas that our clerk has to function in properly. I'm wondering if the clerk could give us sort of an outline actually what she does.
That's certainly up to her if she'd like to take that on.
I guess I can speak to that. In addition to creating the agenda and sending in for codification, the ordinances, I process all the public record requests. We've had so far this year 33. The bed tax committee is going to meet next Tuesday. So getting the application, receiving the applications and disseminating that data. I process the election, which means advertising the election, getting the ballots out, and then Maggie and I both take everybody's votes 2 weeks before the election. So we run the early elections. There's payroll processing, requisition processing. I have doors for City Hall and creating key cards. Auto insurance and all the vehicle insurance. If we have new vehicles, if we're getting rid of vehicles, I keep track of all of the sold vehicles, so we're not paying insurance on a vehicle that we don't have anymore. I process the insurance claims, and then also I receive the state's yellow cards for registrations, and then I send those out to departments. So it is a little more involved than just agenda processing every 2 weeks. There's other duties as assigned, which I'm happy to take on or help other staff. But it's definitely not just creating an agenda that goes up online and putting it on YouTube. So.
If I may, actually, I'd like to add to that list before you go, Councilman Claus. I would like to thank you, Madam Clerk, for putting together the staff meeting and putting that agenda together, as well as helping me out with proclamations and anything else that you, as council, see in front of you. That is primarily done by the clerk's office, and couldn't do it without you. So thank you for that. Please, Councilman Claus.
And through the mayor, I was wondering if the clerk, since the 7 council members, including the mayor, have you under our purview, that also includes, I presume, fielding tons of questions and requests from council members themselves. Would that be fair to say?
I'm always available for council members that have questions, yes.
Please, Ms. Rolfe.
I just had a question. You mentioned that the bed tax committee meeting's next Tuesday. Has that been noticed?
Yes. Yeah. Notice to the committee, notice to the applicants, and it's noticed on our website.
When is it specifically? Because
Tuesday at 5:30. There's 9 applicants this year.
And where on our website can you find our events calendar? Since you also take care of our entire website as part of your duties.
I do get help for the website. I get lots of help. My IT right here. It's under events for the. Let me go to the website. Under events. And well, actually, Tuesday, I do not have our noticed, which I will notice on our website. I thought I already put it up there, unless there's a glitch. But it's next Tuesday. Code requires it to be the last Tuesday in November.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Madam Clerk? Okay, that takes us on to Chief Heineken. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. No formal report from the fire department tonight, but I can answer any questions if you have them.
Okay. Sweet. Thank you, sir. Director of City Services, Glidden.
How's it going? So for utilities, uh, we dug up and disconnected 5 abandoned service lines to help this winter. Hopefully, we won't have as many freeze ups. We're still working on implementing the cross connection control program. Working with the attorney to make sure that we've got it right before we bring it to you guys. For building department, we have 9 commercial permits open and 7 residential permits open so far this year. Submitted permits are for $4.5 million worth of building and construction in the city. Public Works has made a new tree and an igloo that they're going to put out for the Christmas decorations. They're currently putting out Christmas lights and sanding intersections everywhere they can get to. I brought a little show and tell for you guys. I don't know if you noticed the yellow and black speed bump in front of the desk, I guess there. So it's safety yellow, so don't trip on it. That is a temporary speed bump that with a company that's willing to send them up here to us. That is an option. We've talked about with the police department getting a set to put out in places in the summer to see if speed bumps help with speed in specific areas. The fast department actually, or fast planning department, I don't know, they're not a department, I guess, they're an organization. They have them. I'm just borrowing this one from them just so that you guys can see what it is. And if you want to touch it, it's recycled rubber, very heavy. And that's about it. Yeah.
Question on the speed bumps. They will be secured to the street or wherever they put them in at, right?
Yes, they get you can either use an adhesive glue or you can screw them down. We're not going to use the glue because we want to pick them back up before winter.
Yeah.
So our plows don't rip through them. Fast actually implement some of these things a few times, and they've had some better results with some of the fasteners. So I'm getting their recommendations for which fasteners work better than others, but they're pretty excited about the idea of us implementing something because then we can give them our feedback on what we used and how it works for us. But yeah, the plan is for them to be bolted down.
Okay.
And then pulled back up before winter so the plows don't destroy them.
Oh, got it.
Please, Councilman Schuster.
Yeah, just what's the approximate cost of one of those?
So that one right there is $600.
Okay. Thank you very much. And any other questions, Councilman Claus?
Mayor, I had a question, but not for the Director of City Services, for Chief Heineken that I forgot to ask before, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, let's circle back around. Sure. No problem at all.
My apologies. Chief Heineken, one thing that popped to mind was ICS. I think I'm probably one of the only people on council here that might have gone through all the different ICS certifications through FEMA. I used to be an emergency responder for FEMA, and I was wondering if you could very briefly explain what that is and why it'd be advantageous to the council and for the mayor to promote that.
Yeah, ICS is the slang that we use now for the NIMS, the National Incident Management System. There are several classes that emergency responders, the fire, police that we take, and there are classes that are to the level for council members that each of you should take. Actually, I can get a list together and email those out if that's what you'd like, and it has a website. They're all web-based classes. And yeah, it does help us stay compliant with a lot of our grants that show that we are NIMS compliant as a city.
All right, thank you for that. I would like to give just a little plug to the folks at FAST for allowing us to borrow that. That's a big deal. That's been in the policy room board there at their meeting, and shout out to Olivia and Corey for making that happen. We did talk about doing some redheads to adhere those in our neighborhoods that are in need. So thanks for bringing it in.
No problem.
Hey, Mayor Church, since we're circling back around, I was wondering if I could share my screen one more time.
Sure. Let's go full circle.
Yeah. If anybody is ever looking on our main home screen, there's always a little pop-up that pops up, but I posted it, the bed tax. There's always this little drop down that has the meetings that are in the next coming weeks. How do I is also really valuable because you can go to our code of ordinances, the directory, the agendas and minutes, but there's also the events and meetings, and that shows the calendar for each month. And you can toggle through to see what's up and coming next month. I would also like to point out that there's only 37 shopping days until Christmas, so everybody might want to get on it. And sorry, Chief Smith, I didn't mean to circle back around over here.
Didn't steal my thunder. Quick report for y'all, not a whole lot. Our 2025 car did finally come in, so you should see that on the road shortly, provided we're able to work out the inevitable bugs that always seem to be present in those types of things. We have run several more directed patrols on West First. Our traffic officer ended up spending about, I don't know, 5 or 6 dedicated days to that area. That was Travis Corner, by the way, the one that was in here earlier. And he ended up, I gave you some stats on citations last time, but he issued a few more citations and warnings. It appeared the traffic had dramatically slowed from when he started to when he ended. So we'll continue to keep brushing up on the area. He's gonna move on to other focuses now. The mayor did steal my thunder a bit because I did want to talk about the food drive this weekend where the people of Fairbanks were exceedingly generous. We came in with 19,200 pounds just on Saturday. Like it was just nonstop slinging canned beans and corn all day long. So over 30,000 pounds for the weekend. Particular kudos to the mayor. He was there for probably more than 24 total hours, being very gregarious with all of the people coming in Costco, which is not necessarily something I love doing long term, but he was able to do that. So thanks for that. We have given a conditional offer to a new applicant who looks very promising, and so they're in the background check phase right now. Hopefully stay tuned on that. I also want to give thanks to the officers that were willing to come out tonight and talk to you. I invite all of you to do ride-alongs with them and get perspective on some of the stuff they deal with. We've, as I said before, have always been very well supported by the city council. And so they're here budget season going into 2026 so that you have a full year to do ride-alongs, connect with your officers, and think about some of the things they talked about tonight as we start to move towards resolving this issue. So I appreciate them being here tonight. That's all the updates I have. I'll take any questions you might have.
Yes, Councilman Claus.
So one thing when the officers were making the presentations, which I thought were great, one thing I didn't want our audience to be confused by was this is not a new hire. This is to fill an existing position. Is that correct?
The position that we just gave a conditional offer for, yes, is not even a new position. It's one that's already existed. However, the point of them speaking is to start thinking towards what staffing do we need to get 2-man minimums in 2027 and continuing on.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
How many total officers would that be?
2 more.
2 more.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Chief Smith. Appreciate that. That brings us on to item 10, ongoing reports. We have none. Off to item 11, unfinished business.
And that was moved by, the first item, sorry, Mayor Church, was moved by Mr. Claus and seconded by Jordan Schuster. So you're at staff report.
Okay, so I updated the letter to council since the first trip that I had on there had already expired. That was the Alaska Resource Convention down in Anchorage. Because this didn't get passed, I didn't go. I heard rumors that it was an excellent conference. We got updates on the gas line. We got updates on the Ambler Road We got updates on the Spur gas line that could potentially come to Fairbanks. And a lot of those meetings, it would have been great for me to be there to push forth for a storage facility here in North Pole. But since that didn't happen tomorrow morning, I would like to request to travel to Nenana for the mayor's quarterly meeting that is put on by Josh Verhagen, mayor of the city of Nenana. The Fairbanks North Star Borough Mayor Grier Hopkins will be there, as well the city of Fairbanks Mayor Mindy O'Neill, the borough mayor from the Denali Borough, the mayors from Anderson, and Josh Verhagen, mayor of the city of Nenana, will also be there. Item 2 is the Alaska Municipal League Conference, which certain members of the council are headed to, and that's my staff report.
I don't have anybody signed up online for public comment. I don't know if anybody in the room wanted to speak to it.
Okay, seeing none. Questions? Councilman Brandt.
I'm just curious how you came up with $172 for your lunch in Nenana.
I didn't. That's mileage traveled to and from.
Okay, so it's from North Pole to Nenana, 67 miles, so round trip's 134 miles. You get reimbursed at 70 cents a mile, so that's only $78.20.
That's correct. But because our code says I'm traveling outside of the borough, sir, that allots me $54 a day for travel outside, which provides my meal.
So generally, per diem is only given when you're required to sleep or rest. The meetings only, so it looks like 6 hours, and round trip is an hour and 15 minutes, or round trip would be 2.5 hours approximately. So that's only 8.5 hours that you'll be away.
So an entire day. Yes, sir.
Right. So when you go to Fairbanks for a meeting and you're there all day, do you get per diem for that?
I haven't been to a meeting in Fairbanks where it lasts all day. But I certainly won't, because it's inside the borough. And as per our code, sir, anything outside of the borough requires me to ask council to travel. If it was inside the borough, I would just go to the meeting if I so desired.
Okay, well, I would like to recommend that we just give you the mileage reimbursement. I don't think per diem is warranted in this case. So the IRS requires that the employee be away from their home longer than an ordinary day's work, and it necessitates sleep or rest. And that's generally defined as 12 hours. And this is only going to be 8 hours. So I would just like to say, I have no problem reimbursing you for the mileage. Although I would think that you and Grier and Mindy could carpool down there, but that's up to you. I have no problem with the mileage, but I do have a problem with the per diem, just because it's out of the borough. I don't think necessitates the per diem.
Okay. Thank you for that, Councilman Brandt. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the mayor's travel requests, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
No.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
No.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed with a 5-2.
Thank you for that. Let me get back to our starting page here. Okay, that brings us on to the budget. Can I get a motion, please? To bring the ordinance 2025-13, the proposed 2026 budget to the floor. Okay. Seeing no motion, that moves us on to the next item of business. Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry. If you'd like to come and give public testimony to the ordinance that hasn't been brought to the floor, we really can't do that, but as part of the crowd, I'm sorry, we can't have outbursts like that.
Mayor, may I? May I move ordinance 2025-13, 2026 proposed budget?
Second Skips.
Okay, so moved and seconded. Staff report. Our CFO isn't here this evening, so I certainly can take that staff report unless anybody else would like to give that. It's the proposed budget that we have put through, talked through. I know not all of it has been on public record. We had budget meetings that were open to the public. We had 3 budget meetings. We had all of our departments come through and discuss the budget. We talked briefly about it last meeting, although we didn't have the book. That has been up on our website since Tuesday the 4th. So I hope that everyone listening has had a chance to read through that. Is there anybody who would like to testify this evening on this evening's budget? Please state your name and place of residence. Thank you for shagging the mic, sir. Sorry.
No problem. Anything I can do to help? Jeff Jacobson, 391 Fennell Drive. I'm speaking to the budget ordinance. I'm concerned about some of the projections, especially when it comes to the utility enterprise fund, the water and sewer revenues versus expenses. When I was on council, the previous director of city services was not collecting enough sewer fees to cover expenses and was then subsidizing it out of the water utility funds, operational or reserve funds. And so he was encouraged to raise those rates, and I'm not sure if that happened, but that's something that this council needs to be aware of, that the utility rates need to be covering at a minimum all the anticipated expenses for water and sewer operations. And that also is just the minimum. You really need to be banking funds, large amounts of funds, for the water main line replacements that is 50 plus years old in some places, and also lift station replacements that run in excess of $150,000 each on the low side. So if you don't, and in looking at the budget, your reserve funds for both water and sewer are just in the several hundred thousands each. So I don't know if there's money squirreled away someplace else, but that is really, you're in the red zone. Anything happens seriously, you're going to turn off the lights, shut the doors, and that places are going to freeze up because there's not going to be water and sewer in many places of our city as a result of not having the adequate funding there. I also noticed that under the grants, there was a missing utility grant. I think under Senator Murkowski, we got several $1 million to extend water and sewer. I don't know, I didn't see any of that tracking in previous years, and I know there's leftover funds from that because we didn't really do a lot with that. So I'm concerned about where that is being reported. In addition to the revenues and expenses for the utilities, if the other ordinance that's dealing with the city services pay goes through, you're going to be needing to adjust again the utility rates to cover those additional expenses. So yeah, I don't know if you have done the math, but there are 5 essential utility workers, not the clerical and the administrative I'm speaking of, that who's technically could be getting 3% from January 2025, 3% in December 2025, and 3% in January of 2026. And that when you do compound that, that's close to 11, 12% salary increase. So you need to be looking at the utility rates that there to absorb those kind of increases moving forward. So not all of them are going to be eligible for those 3% increases depending on where they are on the pay scale. But that's, again, those are numbers that you should have before you in making those kind of decisions. to do it.
Any questions for Jeff Jacobson? I have one, sir, if I may. During your experience as mayor and being on city council, very involved in this and reviewing the budget, other than the changes that you have proposed, is there anything else that you would suggest if you were here in our seats this evening?
Yes, even though the chief did speak to it, I'm really concerned about the 2 officer coverage that we don't have on all the shifts. Our community continues to grow. We have a lot of in buildings and we're hoping to attract more military families. When the law enforcement best practices, when you have a domestic violence call, you have to have 2 officers there at a minimum. It's not just between 2 individuals. Oftentimes there's multiple parties there. And if you look at the public safety reports in the newspaper, a lot of those calls are domestic violence in nature, and they are unsafe for our officers to report to alone. So it's either those domestic violence calls get delayed or ignored completely because the staff is not available to go there, or we put an officer in harm's way. So it is something really serious to look at, and that speaks to then growing the budget and making sure that you have the funds available to take care of the safety needs of our community. And the same thing goes with the equipment replacement funds, that you are banking every penny that you can to replace fire equipment and police equipment in addition to what is budgeted. Just making sure that, I was disappointed when the sale of their equipment went into the general fund and not back into their reserve for those equipment replacements. Every penny counts there.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Jacobson? Thank you for your testimony, sir. Would anybody else like to testify publicly? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up online?
I don't have anybody signed up online and nobody sent me anything to read into the record.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind going back to our budget, and we're going to go through that through the administration department. Some of these questions we may not be able to answer. Would you mind turning that page for us? Thank you very much. Can you blow that up just a little bit? Make it a little easier. Okay, so you can see in front of us full-time wages, benefits. There is some differential in between what is requested via 2026 sheet and what the mayor has requested for 2026. And I want to explain some of that differential off to the right of your screen at 570,000 as requested, and then the 634. A lot of that, a majority of that has to do with the fact our CFO has given us notice that she will be retiring. We don't know exactly when, but it will be sometime in 2026. So we added some funds into that to help have that double coverage. We've also added in some training bonuses to that, and then the health insurance differential. For having additional personnel, and knowing that health insurance has doubled in the last 3 to 4 years, we expect that to continue, allowing that to be adjusted. Purchase services, there is a little differential there as well. I'm not seeing exactly where that differential is other than professional services. I don't recall exactly what that is, and unfortunately our CFO isn't here to speak to that this evening. Some of that may be cleaning, yes, sir. And then we also had some differential in the legal fees, which has been a hot topic here at North Pole City Council for the last 3 months. We have had some heated debates and discussions about that. In fact, just this evening, we had a work session with our attorney firm to talk over some of that and come up with a plan moving forward and some ideas and thoughts moving forward that benefit the city and also benefit our firm. My thought behind the adjustment there between what we're seeing as the administration and my mayor's budget is the fact that as our attorney gets better at what he does and learns our code, his billable hours will go down as we are working through some things here at the city of North Pole. Moving down to operational expenses, that looks exactly the same at 54,500 across the board. Leases and rentals, the $3,200, I believe, is our copy machine that we have leased. Moving down, training and memberships. Like I said, we have a little additional in there for training. You'll keep scrolling there. Infrastructure outlay. That's building maintenance that we have. And then our total budget, 930,500 if you go with the proposed, and 959 if you go with the mayor's budget. Scrolling down, please, Madam Clerk. Yeah, please, that'd be great. And if you want to speak up, either one of you, as we go down through this, if you want to just take that, Madam Clerk, and run through your budget real quick, department, if that's okay. And then as we get into professional services, the same thing there with legal. It was proposed, if you want to talk about the wages, and then we'll move down to the legal fees if you want to.
Sure. Full-time and wages is both my request and the mayor's request is 181,400. Benefits is 7,500. PERS is 22%, just set 6,000 per year. We don't really use a whole lot of overtime in our department, so just keeping the line item open at 200. Health insurance set at 47,000, and wages for council 35,000. I did budget for 12 assembly meetings for the council. If the council was going to want to do all of the meetings, when we run out of funds, then I would just have to do a budget adjustment next year. But that brings us to a total for wages of 317,000, wages and benefits.
Okay, then right into purchasing services or purchase services.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I did send out both Tricia's wage calculator and my wage calculator for the council, for our departments today to council members. So purchase services, advertising, requesting $1,000. That's for RFPs, anything not election expense advertising. Audit and finance is set at 5,500. That's our department's share of the annual audit. Insurance is set at, that's building insurance and our office equipment and everything, at 6,000. IT services is 18,500. Legal fees, I've requested for our department 45,000. The mayor's requested 40. I also asked for a line item for legal fees for council. If there was, the council wanted to speak with the attorney, I thought maybe it'd be good if they had their own line item to speak with the attorney. Or, if there's the executive session called kind of thing that could come out of the council called it. So I think that's the big difference between mine and the mayor's budget. Maintenance and contracts is 11,500. Oh, I see. That's why Chad has left. Yes, go ahead.
I'm just wondering why the almost doubling of the maintenance contracts.
Because we're going to, Maggie, do you want to speak to that?
The intention is to use our accounting software, Tyler, to add employee onboarding and benefits enrollment instead of our current ease system. Just integrating that with our accounting system. There's, I think, a $4,000-ish charge to set that up, and then it substantially goes down to half of what we're spending now after that first year.
And the professional services, we requested 15,500 last year. We're requesting 9,000 because we'll get rid of the $900 a month ease fee, and then it'll be it moves up to maintenance contracts. So it's just, yeah, kind of toggled.
No longer going to be paying that company that we're paying now. We're going to be doing it in-house through Tyler.
Yeah, we budgeted for the first 2 months, January and February, while we're in the transition.
Okay.
But correct. So that leads us into professional services. It's dropped down to 9,000 as opposed to the 15,005 last year. And then I'm requesting more in ordinance codification because I have a feeling we're going to be doing a lot more ordinance codifying. So I guess I've requested 116,500 and the mayor requested 96.5. And I'm not really sure how that gets figured out in the wash, but are there any questions for wages and benefits or other professional services? So then I'll just keep moving down to operational expenses. Phone and data is increasing this year because we have moved. It's no longer free for our internet. And so $4,000 is the request for that. I thus far have used very little postage, but if I needed to send out certified mail, I'm requesting $100 just to keep the account open. Office equipment and supplies, requesting $6,000. Promotions and apparel, Maggie would like to, is that your line item? Promotions, or is that recruitment? Yeah. Promotions and apparel, Maggie kind of wanted, we're running out of the 5 and 10-year pins and the, thank you employees for the great job that you do. So we wanted to bump that up to 500 so we could continue to appreciate our employees. Publications and subscriptions at 1,500 and council supplies at 1,000. Go
ahead,
Yeah,
Councilman Brandt.
I'm just curious what's under the publications and subscriptions.
Publications and subscriptions. I have a Newsminer subscription, which I do advertise the RFPs and the election. So I don't pay for the paper, but I pay for the online platform so I can verify that my things have been advertised correctly. Also Canva, which is the certificates that like Maggie printed, the student certificate. Yeah, and she also does employee IDs through Canva. Our Zoom subscription, our Adobe subscription, and our labor law posters, which all of that equals $1,500 a year. And then council supplies.
Okay, thank you for that. Totaling that category out at 13,100. Moving on to travel, training, and membership, we have that set as a total line item for this department at 14,600 to include council travel and training, along with their travel and training to bring us to 14,600. Yes, Councilman Brandt.
Again, the memberships and dues that doubled this year. What's under memberships and dues?
Our AML membership is $100. Our AAMC membership for both of us is $200. IIMC is $330. SHRM is $265, and the parliamentarian is $240. So bringing it to a total of I lost that line item.
Knocking on $1,500.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Infrastructure outlay, you got building maintenance there at 1,000. And then we have some election expenses, if you want to go over that briefly.
Yeah, election expenses, the Newsminer so far, that was my ad that ran 3 times, 1,366.37. I can't get it lower than that. That could possibly go up. And I haven't received, and I won't receive probably until the end of the year, the election expense. So I did drop it down to 8,800, but it's like rock bottom. I can't go below. That pays for all of our ballots. That pays for all of the equipment that they send out for us to use for early voting. Excuse me. and miscellaneous expenses that's like when we had the budget meetings, the food came out of that. I don't know.
Okay, no, that's perfect. And that takes us to a looks like $10,800 for other expenses. And your total budget requested, 473,000, mayor's proposed 453. A majority of that is just the legal fee differential in her request, or this department's request, for $15,000 worth of council legal fees. And then a slight reduction on legal fees overall on the mayor's budget. Scrolling down to the police department budget.
Oh, I want to take Jed or Chief the microphone.
I'm happy to do this whatever format you like. Do you want me to go through every single one like that?
I think categories is fine, unless we have questions about that. If there's anything that changed a lot, if you can just briefly speak to that, that would be great.
Sure. So for wages and benefits, for the most part, it's fairly similar. In fact, there was a bit of a reduction from last year. Yes, sir.
So for what I understand, this new hire, or the one that's in the works right now to replace the officer, is included in the budget here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is the one that you're interviewing a lateral hire, or okay? And do you know approximately where he's going to end up on the scale? I mean, if he works out.
I have a couple guesses. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to share.
Oh, no, I'm just wondering if it's above or below what you shared with me that you budgeted for.
Below.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on then. One addition that you might notice is to our overtime, regular overtime. It's increased there, and that's because I added overtime specifically to cover cleaning rather than going with an outside cleaning service. It was going to be about a little over $30,000 to clean for the year with an outside cleaning service. This brings it in at about a little over $14,000 for the same cleaning. Aside from that, everything else in that category is very similar to what we saw last year. Moving down to purchase services, a lot of that stayed similar: advertising, audit and finance, credit card fees. Insurance dropped. We did have our police insurance took a huge spike a couple of years ago. We saw really record high costs for that, and that's come back down a bit to what you see there. IT services obviously are a little bit more because of our new contract. Legal fees, maintenance contracts, professional services, and then the dispatch contract, of course, we're re-entering into and expecting to increase this next summer. Any questions on purchase services? Okay. Operational expenses, a lot of those are your typical increases as the economy changes: electric, heating, fuel. Phone data and postage have continued to increase, especially postage. It's going through the roof right now. Office equipment and supplies. The increase there is a couple of replacement desktops that need to be purchased for admin staff. Operational supplies are similar. Uniforms has an increase as well for two reasons. One, I think I need to be fairly representing what it actually costs us to clothe our officers, so that you know. So I'm not robbing Peter to pay Paul every year. You guys have an accurate look. Additionally, about 8 years ago, we bought Class A uniforms for the formal events that we have. In the last 8 to 10 years, those have attrited through people retiring and various things. And so there's a need to at least purchase the command staff with those uniforms for police memorial. And those run about, I don't know, $8,000 for all of the uniforms I'm planning on getting. Promotions and apparel, that's the kind of stuff we hand out at things like the food drive this weekend. Publication and subscriptions, actually a lot of the same stuff that Emily mentioned, plus a couple of training sites like Police One that we subscribe to. So our officers receive training. Any questions on operational? Yes, ma'am.
Are there additional publications that you're going to be doing in the next year? Because I noticed there's an increase from 6,000 from last year to, or I guess this year, to 10,000 for next year.
There's a need to have an actual redaction software program, not anything we've ever had before. And we get those records requests where they're requesting video. Currently, our evidence custodian is literally going through and clipping the video, cutting the little tiny snippet of video out that has the face exposed. So you end up with really kind of a mess. So we've researched a number of them, and we're using the same one FPD is using that goes in and auto recognizes the face and blurs it, and then we can get that done. But that's about $250 a month.
Councilman Brandt.
No, I was just going to ask if that was a subscription or a one-time purchase.
Everything is a subscription now, which is very frustrating to me. Any other questions on operational? All right, moving down to travel, training, and memberships, you'll see an increase in travel and training, and that is due because one of the key software programs that we use, that it's called RMS, it records all of our citizen data of people we contact. Everyone at FPD that was the admin or knew how to use the deep inner workings of that system has retired, and there is nobody left. And so it's about $7,500 for this training to certify a couple of their admin, and I'll probably suffer my way through it too, to get that type of training on that system. Let's see here, what else? Recruitment stays about the same. Everything else is about the same in there. Any questions on that section? Okay. The vehicle and equipment expenses, pretty stable across the board with those three, comparable to last year.
We do, if I may, Chief, just talk a little bit about vehicle gas and oil, and the differential between your requested budget and what we put down. And we've talked about using a certain gas company that has offered to provide us 13 cents off a gallon of gas on a 6-month trial period, which will save our police department. What did we figure? 1,100 a month? 1,500 a month for those 6 months, and finding those deals and using those benefits, which is why there's a little differential in the two budgets, trying to save some money on really kind of a big expense, just fueling our vehicles to keep them moving. So,
just a note. Just going forward, the way we keep our equipment repair and maintenance and our vehicle repair and maintenance low is by making sure that we have good vehicle turnover. So when I first started here, it was not that way. Vehicles were breaking all the time to the tune of several $1,000s a repair. Now, with some of the extended warranties being offered, we can actually snag a lot of repairs in a warranty window if we're being diligent about the cycle that we replace those vehicles on, which saves us. I mean, in the 4 cars that are newer right now, probably upwards of 12 grand in warranty repairs that we didn't have to pay for. So I like seeing that. Any questions on vehicles? Moving down to infrastructure outlay. See, this is very similar to what we saw last year. Building maintenance. I'm hoping to purchase LED lights throughout the building this next year to replace the 100-year-old fluorescent ballasts that work half the time, and hopefully save some energy costs too. Any questions on that? All right, these are mostly the same with a couple exceptions. You'll see the equipment outlay is larger than it was last year, but smaller than it was 2 years ago. That fluctuates dramatically based on what projects we're trying to accomplish in the coming year. The biggest project I'm trying to accomplish is a complete patrol rifle refresh at a cost of about $18,000 to bring all of us to consistency, and so people aren't using rifles from the 90s. Miscellaneous expense, that's kind of a catch-all. That's similar to last year. Transfer out, obviously, that's going into the vehicle fleet fund. And then you have your totals at the bottom. Any questions on other?
What do you guys do with your old rifles?
Well, in the past, we have either traded them in towards the purchase of a new rifle, or we've used the sale of them to offset the purchase of rifles. Now we can't do that. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them, but I'll find a good use.
Good question, Councilman Schuster. Thank you for that. Okay, any other questions for Chief Smith? Thank you, sir. On to the next budget. It is the fire department. Unfortunately, Chief Heineken, we heard the sirens went on a call, so we'll breeze through this very quickly. And hopefully he'll be able to speak to this next meeting, unless we think he might return. Let's push it to the end and hopefully he will return.
He's on a mutual aid call.
Okay, he will not be returning. So wages and benefits for the fire department, that's their big expense, 2.995, 799. I'm not sure why there's a dollar difference between proposed and what was requested, but somewhere in there is a dollar that and transposed. Is it $5 or $1? I'm having a hard time seeing it highlighted there.
A difference.
Yeah.
Go down here. Thanks.
Gotcha. Okay. A few dollars off. It should really match up to be exactly the same. Moving down to purchase services at total cost or requested of $325,600. Mayor's proposed at $340. Some of that is the legal fees? No. Dispatch contract. We talked about that a little bit last meeting. Chief Smith, do you want to speak to would you mind speaking to the dispatch contract, just since you and the fire department sort of share that expense and what we've run into with that?
Yeah, it's just that they need to redo their business plan, which is essentially a time study they do every number of years to figure out what each call is worth. And so that ends up being what it is. The police calls are more numerous, but cheaper per call. There's just a lot more of them the police generate. So the fire department and my department share that cost. We got a extension on the contract that we're looking to push us into, because we're trying to move it to the right year cycle versus being off everybody else in the area. So that'll push us through into midsummer, when we'll be looking at potential increases there.
Yeah, Councilman Brandt.
How does this contract work? Do we literally pay per call, or do they estimate how many calls we're going to have and charge us per month?
No, we literally pay per call.
Okay.
But it's a bit confusing because they're giving a projection, right? So I can't tell you how many calls are going to be in 2026. So they look at the 2 prior years and then they project what they think it's going to be into the next year.
So they tell us it's going to be X amount of dollars per call, and that's what we're actually charged.
Yep.
Okay.
It's around $35 a police call.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. That moves us down to, sorry, I thought you had a question there. Operational expenses. Some differentials there. Let's see, pretty much the same all the way down. Total category cost, $128,700. Travel and training. Next category at $71,000. Some of that recruitment, travel, training, repair, and maintenance. Total of $71,000. Vehicle, equipment, and expense at a total of $60,000. Building maintenance requested at $8,500. Equipment outlay, prevention, and then the big one is the transfer out at $300,000. Bringing their budget requested at $3.904,600. Mayor's proposed $3.919599. Moving on, please. Thank you. If you want to take that, Director Glidden.
All right, so Public Works. So on the requested for Public Works, we actually have a 5th guy. that we don't currently have that we can now remove because of the scope change from the Protect Grant stormwater study. So you can adjust probably $90,000 off of the requested from that original. Yeah.
I added it up. It's 97,000.
Okay. So
Thank you, Councilman Brandt.
I don't know if you guys have any questions about the wages. Looks like it's going to be quite a bit less than has been budgeted in the past. Okay, so purchase services. Another professional services. I added $40,000 to that for the same thing, the Protect Grant, which we're not going to need to use out of this budget. So you can drop that by 40,000 also, which would put this year's budget at it looks like exactly the same as it was last year. 40,000 less than it was the year before.
Okay, any questions about that category? Carrying on, operational expenses for Public Works.
Operational expenses. Looks like it's gone down again. Looks like they had the radar sign electric up really high for some reason. So we adjusted that down and a lot of changes there. Don't really buy a lot of postage or office equipment, or I don't know.
Councilman Brandt.
The clerk's budget, the phone data went up quite a bit and yours went down. Do you know why that is? Do you have enough in the budget for the increase?
Yeah, I think so. So we didn't spend that a couple of years ago. Looks like we haven't spent it yet this year. I mean, it's possible that it'll go up, but we can adjust it from other things if it's an
question
issue.
of the clerk.
If I may interrupt you, I'm sorry, just to help answer this. Public Works is on a different internet service than City Hall. So they use a different internet provider at Public Works, which is why this is stagnant and actually dropped from what we typically have here at City Hall and the Police Department.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not exactly sure who we use, whether it's GCI or ACS, but it is one of the two, I believe.
It's the one that's managed by Alaska Connect. It starts with an M. It's like
MTA?
MTA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Brandt.
Have we looked at switching our internet service in City Hall to the one that Public Works is using if theirs is going down and ours is going up?
Yes, we have extensively. When we did our last IT contract, we tried a couple barriers there. There's not good enough internet drops available to City Hall at Santa Claus Lane. Also, the fact that we're married at the hip to Fairbanks Dispatch creates an issue too, because it's got to be a certain type of internet bridge.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe it is MTA that we use here and GCI or Last Connect over at Public Works. But the fire department is also hooked into the MTA direct link from dispatch.
Yeah, the dispatch thing definitely makes us, MTA provides that service, whereas whatever Public Works uses they don't have the direct lines, and Maggie is my IT person.
Councilman Brandt, go ahead.
So City Hall and police are on the same.
City Hall, police, and fire, we're all on the same.
Okay. Any other questions in that? Okay, perfect. Director Glidden.
Right. So travel And memberships, there's not really a big change. I added a little bit to travel this year from last year, just because they didn't do any training, it looks like, last year. So we probably want to do some, I would think. We've got a couple of guys we want to send to the OSHA 10-hour training course. So that's why we've got that there. So vehicle equipment expenses, it's the same pretty much as what we requested last year, except for vehicle repair, just because things don't get cheaper to repair year after year. Everything gets a little older, it's used a little bit more, and it costs a little bit more to fix it. So that's up $3,000. Building maintenance, the same. Streetlight maintenance is the same. Street maintenance, we dropped from 160,000 last year down to my request of 120,000, and then the mayor has requested 100,000 for street maintenance.
If we can, travel and training, you mentioned the 10-year, or I'm sorry, the 10-hour OSHA. Is that an in-person class or is that an online class?
I believe that one is online.
Okay. And then the streetlight maintenance, when was the last time we did a streetlight audit?
I don't know. I know we've had 3 hit already this year.
Okay. Yes, Councilman Brandt.
So the difference in your street maintenance, you're requesting 120 and the mayor's requesting 100. Is there anything in particular that you have in mind that might cost a little bit more than it did this year?
No, I just looked at the previous years, and 120 is about the middle of what we've used in previous years.
And that's the paving that we do, filling
Right.
potholes and stuff like that.
Right.
And that came in at about 100,000 this year. Is that right?
It's not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's split up between different departments. Water, sewer takes pieces and portions of that contract that we have for asphalt patching along with public works, and we split that up equally. Please, Councilwoman Rolfe.
If you did the removable speed bumps, where would they fall in your budget?
That's a really good question. I was going to ask Chief. I was going to ask Chief in the next week or so where he was thinking about that. So I don't really know if that's I would guess it's a public works thing, but I wouldn't know, because it's not really a maintenance thing, right? It's a safety thing. I wouldn't even know.
I'd
I'd have to ask Trish.
Yeah, I would think it certainly falls under public works. I mean, if they can build benches and create all kinds of wonderful things across our city, to include the lighted decorations in the center, they certainly could put some screws in the ground and put in some safety equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
Because of the nails.
What was that? Tactical speed bumps are twice as offensive? Oh, expensive. Okay. I thought you said offensive. I suppose that fits as well. Okay. To a total budget, Tim. Bring her home.
So it says that I'm requesting 1.5 and that the mayor's requesting 1.47, but you can take that 140,000, whatever it was, off of that. So it'll be quite a bit less if you guys, I would imagine you're going to take the 97,000 and the 40,000 off. So I don't have the exact number it would be if you remove this, but it's going to be real similar to what we asked for last year, or got last year, I guess.
Councilman Brandt, did you have a question?
Yeah, so under parks, trails, ground supplies, you have $165,000. From what I understand, you have $100,000 for the highway park playground in there, so that may or may not be removed later on in the evening.
Right.
And that would leave $65,000 in there. What projects are you looking at for the $65,000?
So the skate park, We spent $5,000 to get some new plastic for just one of the dozen ramps that are out there. So if that works out good, we'd like to continue that, keep moving forward, and because most of the ramps that are out there are made out of wood and they're rotted and falling apart, and we're trying to switch over to this plastic. And then the dog park has some invasive species grass that we've had some complaints about, and the layout of the dirt there creates mud puddles and there's flooding on the back end there. So we'd like to even that out and replant some healthier grass for the dogs. Try to help with the mud and the flooding and the health and safety of dogs.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, moving us right down. Madam Clerk, who's next? The Water Fund. All right, excellent.
Hands up again, or
On water?
And if you wouldn't mind, Tim, when you're running down through this, if you wouldn't mind speaking to our citizens' question about what we had set up and his question during his comment there, if you wouldn't mind trying to address that as you go down through your budget.
There it is. Sorry, it was jumbled up in here. All right, so you can see that our revenue, it looks like we're expecting a little bit less this year or this coming year than what we anticipated before. I don't really have a lot of work in the revenue portion. It's just based on what we got this year going into the next year. So we can go into wages, and you can see that we're requesting less in wages next year than we did in this year. So I think that residents' question about where we're going to pay for it from, we would pay for it from the regular budget, because we're requesting less this coming year than we were given this year. So there's not really an issue of paying for it. So purchase services.
If you wouldn't mind, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. If you wouldn't mind just capping off the end of each section there with the total, so that those people who are listening while driving down the road or listening through KUAC have the opportunity to know what those numbers are.
Yep. So the budgeted revenue for 2025 is 1.6 million, which is about what we're proposing for 2026, 1.6 million. The wages and benefits budgeted for 2025 was $664,500. We're requesting $651,250 for next year. So that's, I don't know, $13,000 less.
Tim, real quick, sorry. I just want to point out that reflects the increase if the ordinance passes.
Yes.
Tonight. That's already reflected in the wages in the budget here.
Right. So purchased services, again, we went down from $363,000 budgeted this year to $317,000. We don't really advertise, so that went down. The audit, I don't have any control over that. Finance decides that. Billing services, that's how we provide bills and make the money that we use for this. Credit card fees is what we pay for them running our fees. It's all pretty straightforward. So the professional services, we're planning to have some people come up and use some submersible drones in a couple of our water tanks to check on the coating on the inside of the tank, make sure there's no rust or any weird contaminants in there. So that brings our professional services from 2025 from 363,000 to $317,375, which is a drop of what, like $45,000. So operational expenses, like we plan on our electric going up a little bit. Our heating fuel, we went down because we haven't used the 114,000 that's been 109,000 and 100,000 that's been every year budgeted.
Tim, if I may, with the fuel contract that was approved and consented this evening, and the differential, do we have enough, do you feel like, in our budget to cover heating oil expenses?
Yeah, there's no way to know how much fuel we're actually going to use. It's going to be, there's 12 buildings in the water system. So it's going to depend on how cold it gets for having to heat the water that's pumped through the pipes in the city. So there's no mathematical way of deciding, aside from just looking back at previous years. And the difference in the contract from this year to next year it's like $1,000 over the entire city's usage. So it's not going to change anything.
Okay, thank you.
So that was what, operational expenses. So the current year's budget is $432,500. We're requesting $445,525, which is $13,000 more. That's probably because we're requesting $20,000 more in electric for those 12 buildings that the water department has. So travel and training, it was $10,000, 2025. It's now, we're requesting $5,800. We're planning to send somebody to Anchorage to do cross-contamination device testing for this cross-contamination control program that we're implementing. So that's the plan for that money. That's from $10,000 this year to $5,800 we're requesting for 2026. Vehicle expenses. We don't have any big plans for equipment repairs and maintenances. So we went from 30,000 last year down to 5,000 we're predicting for next year. Vehicle fuel, it's always going up, so we added a little bit on that one. So 2025's budget was $56,500, and we're asking for $35,000, which is $21,000 less. So infrastructure outlay was $5,000 for 2025, and we're asking for $10,500. Just for building maintenance, we haven't had a lot of problems, but there are a lot of buildings, so it doesn't take much to need that $10,000.
Tim, if I may interrupt you real quick, and if we can go back up to vehicle equipment repair and maintenance. This year you budgeted $30,000 and you have used so far $11,100, but you're requesting $5,000 for next year. Can you explain the differentials there?
We don't have any plans to repair or maintain vehicles, as far as I know, for next year. We're getting a new vehicle to replace, I think it's Marty's old truck. So, I mean, it's just a prediction, right? I mean, we don't really know what's going to break, when, or why.
So the $11,000 that we've used this year, do you have kind of an idea as to where that has been spent and why that would be different last or the current year where we're not even quite done versus the 5,000 you've requested for next year?
I don't know.
Okay. Would you mind looking into that and send us an email as a council to help identify that differential? Just so we're making sure that that's budgeted correctly. Appreciate that.
Oh, that's equipment repair, not vehicle. Yeah. So equipment repair isn't vehicles, that's pumps. So we sent out some of our larger pumps to get rebuilt this year. That's what that $11,000 is. And when we get those pumps back, most of our big pumps will have been replaced or rebuilt in the last few years. So we don't feel like there's going to be a big need for maintenance of the water equipment.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that.
Sorry, in my mind, equipment is a vehicle, like dump truck or something. But in utilities, equipment is the pumps and the sensors and stuff.
How long do those pumps last?
Good question. Real good question.
Good question, Councilman Williams.
Hopefully a very long time because they're expensive.
Okay.
Moving us right along here, sir. Oh, please, Councilman Brandt.
So going back to Mr. Jacobson's comments, this is, and we have to do it this way. This is, break even. Revenue is the same as expenditures. But I would in the future like to see a line item for reserves, because we can't build reserves if we don't add them into our budget.
Yeah, I think that's what the FRR goes to the
Yeah,
reserves.
but that's minimal.
Right, and that's not a part of this.
Right.
That's on a different one. But yeah, we can add. I can talk to Trish about adding. You're saying to add a line item
Add a
where
line
we're going to
item
say
for,
that we
how
want to
much we
take this
plan on
money out
putting
and
into
we want to put it
reserves.
into. Okay.
Yeah, but that would necessitate a raise in the per gallon price, obviously, in order to jack up our revenues to build up our reserves.
I can talk to Trish about that.
Because he has a very good point. When we do need to replace that water main, we don't have the money to do it. And the FRR is not, will not build those reserves fast enough to do major repairs like that.
So for our water fund, I believe that we have a replacement account set up that has about 2.8 million in there. Is that correct, Tim?
Yeah, 2.8. Yep.
Plus an additional $1 million that we've set aside
We
for
don't know where
that.
that $1 million is going yet, so. But still, the water line replacement, how many millions is that gonna be?
6.7, I think, is
Right.
the last estimate.
Right, so we don't even have half of that right now.
Right.
Okay, Tim, you want to move right along there unless anyone else has any questions?
That would put us at other expenses. So that is loans and permits and things. So we've got I think just one loan for the water department. So last year we were budgeted $127,200. And next year I am requesting $152,200. That is to pay off that loan. So the minimum payment's $25,000 and about $1,000 in interest. So if we paid that off, we wouldn't really save a lot of money in interest, but we'd have a little bit more room in next year's budget for, pushing some money into a reserve account or whatever. I don't know. Just a low amount for a loan, so it feels like it would be nice to just pay it off and be done with it. But
Go ahead,
we
Councilman
don't have
Brandt,
to.
you have a
That's just
question.
a
Oh,
thought.
sorry, Tim, I thought you were done.
Good.
I apologize
Good.
for the interruption. Councilman Brandt, you had a question.
Yeah, so the vehicle purchase, is that for Marty's truck because he's not getting it till next year?
If we could not use names, thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be in February. So I don't believe it's on this. Yeah, it is.
It's on here.
Right, but we haven't spent
But
the money.
last year you had the same amount and then it's zero. We haven't spent it from last year, so it's
Right.
um,
Yeah, so it's
Bring
supposed to
over.
be here in February, and we'll pay when we pick it up.
just want to make sure we weren't buying another.
Right.
another
Oh, no,
truck.
we have
Okay.
no thought or need for another truck.
Okay, so that sets your total water fund budget at 1.617650. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, perfect. That takes us on to the sewer fund.
Right. So, same thing, the revenue, I don't really do the math on that. It's based on what we got in the last few years. We're not planning to have anybody new sign up for sewer service. So 2025 budget was $970,800. We're predicting next year we'll get $904,550. The wages, again, are less. For 2025, we budgeted $319,100 and we are requesting $295,750. So that's, I don't know, $16,000 less. Purchase services. Looks like they spent 612,000 or budgeted $612,700 for purchase of services, and we're requesting $215,142 for purchase services. I would say that was professional services. We signed a contract with a company to do some professional services work for us this last year, and we don't believe it's going to cost that much this coming year. So that's why there's a huge difference there. You can see the budgeted is 488, but we only spent 107 so far. We don't plan to spend the other 380,000 in the next month. So
That's a relief.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Brandt, you had a question going back to wages, sir?
Oh,
Actually, back up the revenues. I just want to point out that the revenues across the board from 2023 to 2025 are the same. So that's obviously an error on the budget here, because when I went to add everything up, they didn't add up, and so I went back and found that. So if you look at the 2023 total budget and 2023 total actuals and all the way through 2025, everything says 970,800. So.
right. I'm sure that's not right.
Yeah, it's not. It confused the heck out of me when I was adding everything up and couldn't figure out how it wasn't adding up.
We can ask Trish to get us the real numbers.
Thank you.
Can we take a note of that just so that we can send that to our CFO since she isn't here with us this evening to get that updated and corrected for the budget book? Thank you. Okay, Tim, rolling right along if you would, sir.
Right, that was professional services. Let's go operational expenses. So 2025 was $156,500. We're requesting $151,375. Looks like the difference is bad credit. They budgeted $2,500 for bad credit last year. We haven't had any in the last 3 years, so I didn't budget anything for that. Yeah, about that's the biggest change probably. That's $156,500 from 2025 to $151,375 for 26.
Okay, any questions from that, council? Moving right along, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, we got travel and training again. We just have some money in there. It's nice to keep our guys trained. The utilities guys have to be certified in every aspect of our utility, so they have to do regular online training and they take tests, and so that's what this will cover, just their regular routine training. So it was budgeted $8,000 2025, and we're asking for $5,100.
If you may, when you say regular training, what type of regular training would that be?
So I am not a utilities specialist, but I do know that they have about 16 or 18 certifications that they have to get to be a certified operator of our utilities. So there's four categories. There's the water treatment plant, there's the sewer treatment plant, then there's the water distribution lines and the sewer distribution lines. So every year or two, they have to take a class and then pass a test for each one of those four categories. So they either have to do an online course or they're going to have to go to like a legitimate in-person class. We've got the guy that does most of our sewer testing. He's been doing a lot of training here locally, but this is going to be his last year of doing that. So we might be doing more online training or have to find somebody else to do the training.
And then if I may ask a follow-up, so we have only used $358.40 for travel and training this year. With all of those certifications and everything else, are we waiting for the last quarter for those to happen? Similar to the way the fire department waits to do physicals to the end of the year? Or why is there such a difference in even the prior year where there was $7,000 budgeted for travel and training? 5,900 of that was used. 7,000 of this year was budgeted, but we've only used $358.
That's a good question. I can ask.
Councilman Claus, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I please make a motion to extend our meeting to midnight since we're almost at the 10 o'clock cutoff time?
I'll second.
Actually, we're in the middle of a budget presentation. How does that work, Madam Clerk?
Since we're in the middle of something and he can extend the rules.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to take a call on that?
I can, but it can be unanimous consent if nobody has an issue with it.
Anybody have any objections? Okay. Carry on, please.
Okay. So yeah, I can ask what kind of training sewer utilities has gone through, and if there's any plan for the next month.
Okay.
All right, so vehicle equipment expenses. They had budgeted $57,500 for 2025, and I'm requesting 19,000. So again, they've been doing a lot of replacing of the pumps and rebuilding them, so they don't plan on having any big outages in the next year. So that's the big difference there.
Okay.
So that's 57,500 from 2025 to 19,000 from is what we're projecting for 2026. Infrastructure outlay, there's not a lot of building maintenance. They've only got the one building for the sewer department. They requested $10,000 last year. I'm requesting 5,000 this year.
Okay.
Then other expenses. So there was budgeted 465,000 last year, and I'm requesting 213,183. So sewer has, looks like 3 loans. So just the minimum payments on those, and then I believe I've got it set up to pay off one of those also. Yeah,
Is that the generator loan or the lift station loan that you have set to pay off?
that is effluent discharge, $62,000.
Okay.
The generator loan is 139,000, and the other one's $282,000. So if we paid off the smallest one, it'd be $60,000.
Okay. Total budget for the sewer.
So it was 1.6 million in 2025. We're requesting 904,000. So another drop.
Okay. Madam Clerk, will you take us on to the water reserve funds? And this, Tim, is also you, sir.
Water reserve fund. So I don't have a lot of information on these reserve funds because it's not really anything that I have access to. But we can go through it. So the water base is a fee that's charged, and then the FRR is another fee that we charge to build up reserves. So it's almost direct from 2025 to our request for 2026 is basically the same. So our total revenue from or projected from 2025 is 343,000, and then our expected revenue for 2026 is 384,000. It looks like we're getting some interest income from AMLIP that we didn't have budgeted for last year. That's why there's an increase on that.
Okay. Any questions on that for Mr. Glidden? Yeah, please. Councilman Schuster.
I do have one on the base and the FRR. Is that
Is that a flat fee, like a service charge on the bill, or is that a percentage of water used?
So the water base is a flat fee per month, and the FRR is an amount per gallon.
Okay, thank you.
So the water fee is $5 per month for residential sewer or water, and then $25 for commercial or multifamily as a water base. Sewer base is the same. Any other questions? Councilman Brandt?
Well, I just want to make a comment. The water FR, the facility repair and replacement, it's only projected to be $169,000 this year, and that's literally a drop in the bucket of what we need. So that's why I recommended the line item for the reserves. We're never gonna never gonna get there at 169,000 a year.
That's true. Very true.
Okay, any other questions? You want to scroll down, please, Madam Clerk? Takes us to the sewer reserve fund.
All right. So basically more of the same. The sewer base and the sewer FR, same thing, just different amounts. We have a different number of customers, which makes the total a little different. Again, we've got, looks like some income interest. So our projected revenue from 2025 was $174,800. And our projected revenue for 2026 is 206,000. And I would say that the big difference is just that interest on the AMLIP account.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk? And this is really a CFO question when it comes to the assessment districts and what's charged and what's received, interest earned. We can talk a little bit about the credit card fees, legal fees. Maybe this is best set for our next meeting to discuss. You want to scroll down to the building department and we'll let Director Glidden knock that one out.
All right, here we are, building fund. So we've got the 2025 projected revenue was $240,750. We're projecting a little bit less next year, $232,650. So our wage increased from $78,750 to $92,700.
That's a big jump. Would you mind explaining why the differential is?
It looks like a pretty even amount through them all, but it probably has to do with the city services pay increase, I would think. I think there's some part of that in here.
So that equates to the $14,000 jump.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Purchased services. It was $8,500 in 2025, and we're requesting $7,550. We'll have a lot of advertising that we do. The audit is the same. The credit card fees go up and down depending on how many permits we give out. So went down a little bit from 8,500 to 7,550. Operational expenses. We went from 2025 is $3,750 to we're requesting $850. Don't really need any a lot of office equipment. The building department doesn't have any full-time employees. They have 3 partial employees, so most of the expenses are divided out amongst multiple budgets. If they need pens or computer or keyboard or mouse or chair or something, it wouldn't be directly on the building fund. It would go to multiple budgets. So travel and training, we don't really have any plans to travel or train. So in 2025, it was proposed to be $2,450. 2026, I'm requesting $250. Vehicle and equipment expenses has never been a thing in the building department. But because I'm a part of the building department, sometimes when I drive places, I get reimbursed for my fuel usage on my truck. So we've added the line item, but it's almost nothing. So we just put $100 in there to cover that.
In our budget sessions, you talked about desiring to do more with inspections in the building department, and you talked about updating some code books to help with the building department. Where is that reflected in this budget?
It's not. It's just hopes and dreams.
Okay.
Long-term goals.
Okay.
Yeah, when we talked about the budget, my short-term goal was employee retention. The long-term goals were all of that stuff that you mentioned.
Okay. Yes, please, Councilman Brandt.
I just want to go back up to wages and benefits. That has to be a misprint. Because I have the increase, I'm trying to find my notes and I can't find my notes right now, but I have the increase for the building department for the increased wages at being $3,200 about. And this increase is 14,000. So, and then looking at the 2025 year to date through October, we've only spent less than 50,000. So that must be an error.
I can look into it.
Any other questions? Moving right along.
So other expenses. So this is where we pay inspectors to do the inspections for the permits that are submitted. Other expenses?
Which is, yeah, please, go ahead, Councilman Schuster.
Have you talked with either inspector and are their fees staying the same for 2026?
I do not believe we've talked about it yet.
Okay.
But our fees directly correlate with their fees. So however the budget works out, it's gonna even out. So the other expenses, it was budgeted in 2025 for $165,000. And we are requesting $131,200. I guess we're not requesting it because it's building fund. We're projecting $131,200. So the total building fund budget from 2025 was $258,450. and we are projecting $232,650, which is, again, another drop.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, please, Councilman Brandt.
The building department is revenue neutral, right?
Yes.
Any other questions, council? Okay. Move us right along if you would, please, Madam Clerk. This is certainly a little bit of Tricia's, our CFO's wheelhouse here for the litigation funds and how that's set up, why we have some of that in there. But the Stillmeyer, the settlement revenue from 2024, that is related to Flint Hills and the refinery. Budget reconciliation revenue that we have there, 35,000. That was miscellaneous income, I believe, from, boy, maybe I shouldn't speak out of turn on that. That really is something we should let Tricia speak on. Would you mind scrolling down, Madam Clerk? Chief, do you want to take this? The justice funds?
Yes, yeah. So with the regional task force that we're a part of, when they have a seizure, that goes into a sharing. It's a federal program that does a sharing calculation on it, and based on our input to that particular case, we may or may not get a portion of that seizure, which typically is liquidated, right, and then deposited into these accounts. So there's a state one and there's a federal one. The state one is the one we use primarily. So that's what's reflected here.
Okay. Any questions for Chief on that? Let's scroll on down, please, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, and that's the state one.
State forfeiture list. Okay, scroll on down, please. Impound lot.
Impound lot, we have a chunk of money sitting there waiting to develop the impound lot. When I worked with Trish, we were essentially putting some placeholders in for 2026 in case we do move forward with some of those expenses. Honestly, I don't know that we will right this next year, but it is there and it's on the horizon, in the works.
Okay, any questions on that, council? All right, thank you.
I do.
Oh,
sorry.
please. Yeah, go ahead, please.
If I remember correctly from last meeting, the impound lot is Fairbanks, and so basically what we take in there receiving, we get a portion of that. What portion do we have to pay? The impound lot, was I understand that? Would some of that goes to Fairbanks?
So we currently don't have an impound lot. So if we do an impound, it either goes to Interior Towing, which is the one that does most of our city impounds, or whatever tow company shows up, it'll go to their yard. So that's the big difference. Fairbanks has their own dedicated impound lot, right? So they do the auctions, and so this fund is established to replicate that.
Okay.
Councilman Brandt, did you have a question, sir?
Yeah, your legal fees for the impound lot jumped up to $5,000. Can you explain that?
There's no better explanation than it's a placeholder with no intent to actually spend that. So as Trish and I were talking, we're like, that's a reasonable amount to just put in there as a placeholder in case there is something related to that. Maybe we're trying to work through the logistics of zoning over there with the property, or, I don't even know what all at this point, because just the infrastructure is one thing. We have to come up with the apparatus to manage that as well. So that's why nothing in there. Do I have any plans to actually spend in 2026?
Okay, any other questions? Madam Clerk. So bed tax fund revenue. Proposed for 2026 is about $150,000, with the 5% remaining in the balance from last year, putting us at that 150. And then the grant disbursement of 143, 391 for 2026. What goes in must come out, so we end up with 150, 941 on both revenue and expense. Madam Clerk, please. Memorial Park Fund, Chief, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so when that was originally built, there were some donations that came in, and this is the remainder of those donations that have been put into this established fund. And so currently we use it to pay for any needed maintenance around the grounds, or mostly like flowers when we plant them in the spring.
Does electric for that also come out of this fund?
Don't think so.
Okay. Councilman Brandt.
Kind of jumping ahead of myself on the fiscal note here, we're adding $1,000 to the Memorial Park expense for this year. 2,500 requested for next year. You know what those expenses were for this year, and if the 2,500 is enough to cover it for next year?
It was flowers. Because of Hawks closing, we ended up having to go into Fairbanks, and it became more expensive. So, yeah, I asked for a little bit more.
Please, Councilman Brandt.
I'm just curious why this doesn't fall under Public Works. Are they not the ones that do the work at the Memorial Park?
They are definitely involved in the mowing and that type of thing. It doesn't fall into it because it was gained through donations. These aren't, I mean, at some point, we're not budgeting to add to this. It will run out, or we'll need to do that. But yeah, it's not really city funds in the traditional sense, because it came in from private donations.
But the 2,500 you're requesting is city funds, correct?
What's coming out of that bank of donations.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the reserve funds. Capital project reserve funds. Miscellaneous revenue, we don't have any transfer in. Requested this year at $54,000. Expenditures of $54,000. Any questions on this? Yeah. Fire fleet reserves, you can see that there on your chart. Interest income, the transfer in to the fleet fund reserve, and then the transfer fund balance, what they're requesting, and the vehicle purchase there. Councilman Brandt.
And what vehicle are they planning to purchase? Is that the ambulances?
I assume it's an ambulance, yes, sir. Okay, Madam Clerk. Chief?
Yeah, so similar to the fire, the 160 is what I project for 2 cars, fully upfitted next year. I did want to mention, I do plan on hopefully bringing an ordinance before all of you before the end of the year to actually move some of the remaining funds in 2025 into our fleet fund for 2026. You're no stranger to the fact that I've said many times I want it to grow so we can generate interest off of it and hopefully buy a car with that interest someday. So if any of you have any suggestions on the best way to move forward with that, I just want you to know my intent in it is to try to do that.
We can do it exactly like
Councilman
we
Brandt.
did with the fire fleet fund. Just transfer money into it.
So no ordinance needed.
It would have to be, we do that through resolution.
Ordinance, yeah.
I already sent the numbers to Trish as soon as she gets back, but I just wanted it to be on your.
Yeah, we do that every year with the fire fleet fund. So.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what do we got left? Director Glidden.
Snuck another one in there. I don't have that one in front of me.
Heineken's pulling.
Okay, wonderful.
So, we don't have any plans to buy a vehicle for Public Works next year. So fleet fund will stay the same.
Okay. Super. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Madam Clerk.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, same thing. We don't have any. I mean, the one vehicle that we have already ordered for utilities is coming in February, but it's already budgeted for 2025 and should get transferred to the 2026 budget. And then we don't have any intentions of buying another vehicle in 2026.
Okay. You guys are playing back and forth microphones there.
know.
Well done, sirs.
Bring my glasses next time.
That's the Jag Ellie Drug Task Force grants.
Yeah, and so this is just her way of in the books reconciling the fact that we get income from JAG for that position, and then it goes out to those particular line items, wages, benefits, PERS, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions on that? Madam Clerk, please scroll. Thank you. Fire Department grants. Chief, welcome back. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. As soon as you sit down, we are on Police Department grants. Sorry, Fire Department grants.
Yeah, so these are the typical 3 grants that we know we apply for every year. I don't have good enough eyes to see to the far right of the screen, and I don't have this in front of me. But the volunteer fire grant is one that we put in every year. It's a state of Alaska grant for wildland firefighting equipment. The Firehouse Subs grant, we come eligible this next year. It's every 3 years you're eligible to apply. So we'll reapply for that one. It's getting extremely competitive. We really hope we can compete in there. So we're adding that to this year's budget. And then Code Blue is an annual grant that we apply through the state of Alaska, Code Blue EMS project. And we usually are successful in securing those grants.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Any questions? Seeing none. Move on, please, Madam Clerk. As I hear the staff sigh, we're almost through it.
Yeah, so every year we apply many times in conjunction with fire department or utilities for SHSP pass-through funding. We'll be making similar applications this next year, but again, this is how she reconciles that income and then what it goes out to. It's always a couple years behind. So you see some like 2023, 2024 numbers up there. Don't freak out. It's just they're behind in their year as far as how they operate.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Councilman Brandt.
I was curious, what is a physical security assessment?
It was a third party. They're still doing it actually, but it's a third party that essentially does a physical security assessment of the city and city buildings, city infrastructure.
Be doing that this year?
It's not an every year thing. No. That was a Danny application.
I just see that it was done last 2 years and then there was nothing for this year, so.
Madam Clerk, please. Thank you. Public Works.
Right, so there should be probably 2 grants on there, the Protect grant and the Highway Parks grant. So that's just money coming in there on the top. That's what we're hoping to get from the grants. And then that's our match down on the bottom, I'm guessing. Yeah. So that's just the numbers that I'm projecting because of the change in the scope for the Protect grant. That's the numbers that that I'm thinking, but we won't know until we get that back. And then the highway park grant, that's the numbers from that grant.
Okay, any questions about that, council? Moving on, please, Madam Clerk.
I don't believe we have any grants coming in for utilities.
Okay. Please. Continue to scroll, and we are at the glossary. Chief Heineken, I know you just got back from a call. Thank you for doing that. I heard everyone leaving. So thank you for providing that service. Are you okay with running through your budget up on the big screen this evening just by category?
Yep.
Are you comfortable with that? Okay.
Absolutely.
Can we scroll back to that, Madam Clerk? And then if you wouldn't mind making that just a little bit bigger, if we can keep it on the screen, that would be great. Okay.
So yeah, nothing's changed since the budget workshop with the fire department's budget, as you see it there. Wages and benefits, basically this is including, all of the raises in January that all the staff will get, per city ordinance. And then it comes to a grand total of, $2,995,800. There's a $1 budget differential between the mayor's budget and my budget that was in, it looks like overtime. I'm not quite sure why.
I think that was a typo, sir.
Oh, was it? Yeah,
I
okay.
believe it was.
Okay, yeah, that was
Yeah.
something I was actually going to ask is like
My
$1.
calculations are no
So-
different than yours. Yeah, it should really match up and be the
Yeah.
same, sir.
But yeah, that's the easy one. You plug the numbers into a spreadsheet, boom, it populates out. That's the easiest part of this budget is doing that. If you move down to the next category is purchase services, that includes most of the stuff that we really don't have a lot of control over. Things like our dispatch contract, our ambulance billing services, maintenance contracts, professional services, those type of items. We do what we can to try to negotiate contracts and stuff, but there's not a lot of room to really make changes into that category. So there is a difference between the requested budget and the mayor's budget, and that's agreed upon between us, actually. We know that the dispatch contract that we're renewing currently, and you probably went over this with the PDs, I'm sure, so I'm probably repeating what Chief Smith already explained between dispatch contracts, that there's a need to fund that, and that's split between the PD and the fire department. So total there will come to 340,600 for purchase services. Stop me if you have questions, obviously. Moving into operational expenses.
Chief, excuse me 1 second. Councilwoman Rolfe has a question.
Through the dispatch contract, Chief Smith told us what police pays per call. Do you know what fire pays per call?
$70.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and it's an exact, we pay per call. They take a 2-year average from the previous 2 years, and that 2-year average is what they use.
Councilman Brandt.
That for a fire call and an ambulance call?
Yeah,
Both the same?
fire department call, yeah, it's the same fire or EMS calls.
I'm just really curious why it's twice as much as the police department.
It's the volume and the amount of work that their dispatchers have to do. When they dispatch a fire call, they're dispatching a lot of people, a lot of time involved. Our EMS calls, a fraction of what a fire call is, but it's multiple units that are involved. So their dispatchers are spending a lot more time on the radio, a lot more logistics on the phone. So I'm really impressed with FEC's business plan that they did prior, because they actually mapped all that out and they showed us on paper. This is what our dispatchers are doing per fire EMS call, and this is what our dispatchers do per PD call. It really made a lot of sense when they mapped it out. So it really has to do with the workload on their dispatchers.
That's interesting. I would think it would be just the opposite, to be honest.
I wish it was. I wish you threw that on his budget, but no, it's the case. We're $70. I believe you guys are 30.
35, what he said.
Yeah.
On the video, like no computers, but now with the computer, the officer can do a lot more, and it lowers that demand on the dispatcher a little bit. Some different factors.
Okay, Chief, yeah, you want to just run through the categories there and speak to them a little bit?
So yeah, you get into operational expenses, and that's, the really meat and the potatoes of the supplies and the equipment that we're using, the fire department, uniforms, office equipment, postage, the phones, heating, fuel, those items. We made some minor changes, but nothing significant there. So the grand total comes to 128,700 for this year's budget. We can move down into travel, training, and membership. This one, the two biggest areas in that category is our travel and training, which obviously covers just that, the training that most of our staff do and any travel that's involved in that training or other business for the fire department. The recruitment category, as I spoke to in my budget presentation during the workshop, is kind of a misleading label. That's actually more of a health and wellness category, because majority of that really the whole $30,000 there is for firefighter physicals. We don't spend money doing a recruitment advertising campaign or anything like that. It started off as recruitment because we would send new recruits for firefighter physicals. So I'm probably going to work with the CFO to see what it takes to change the labeling of one of these GLs to call that something more appropriately the health and wellness category rather than recruitment. So when you put all of that together, we got a grand total of $71,000 is what we're looking at for 26. Moving down to vehicle equipments and expenses, we do really good at the fire department to keep this within reason in our budget. That's something I've mentioned many times in the past that we're very proud of, how we can maintain our vehicles for that type of a budget. So no significant change there from last year. So you're looking at $60,000 is the grand total there. Infrastructure outlay, that's again just building maintenance. That's the only GL in that category. So $8,500. A bump of $500 from last year. This year we're seeing some boiler problems that have put us over budget, and we again this last week had additional boiler problems again that they had to come in on an emergency and do some repairs. So we'll see how that goes next year with having to do these type of repairs. Moving on into the other category, our equipment outlay, that's miscellaneous equipment that we have to buy to maintain equipment on the fire apparatus. The EMS stuff usually goes under the EMS side of it. Prevention and public education, $3,500 has remained the same. Miscellaneous, that covers exactly that, miscellaneous. A lot of things, you'll see a lot of food items pop up into that if you're actually watching what our expenditures are. And that is because after, a significant fire call, something happens, we feed the crews as they're coming back from these fire calls. So a lot of that, I would say probably 50% of that, I bet you, is attributed to food in miscellaneous. And then the big one there, the transfer out, that's moving money for our fleet fund that we're slowly putting money away into that MLIP account to purchase that next big fire truck. And when you put that all together, that brings us down to that total of $3,904,600 on mine, and it's a little bit off on the, oh yeah, actually we'll go with the mayor's because that has the dispatch contract stuff in it. $3,919,599.
All
Is
right.
the grand total.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
Councilman Schuster.
I just had a question. Do you know approximately how old that boiler is?
I believe they're original to the building. So 81.
So there's two of them in that building. If you haven't been back into the boiler room, that they can cycle off and on, do what they need to. And then Councilman Brandt, I know you had a question earlier about the $500,000.
Yeah, I have a real quick question about the 300,000. Is that what you estimate the SEMT is going to be this year? Is that where you get 300,000?
So that's combining what the city ordinance says portion of the property tax will go into fleet fund, and then the SEMT on top of that is what that is.
Okay.
Yep.
And then earlier we talked about a vehicle purchase for $500,000 that you anticipate this year.
Yeah, and that would be a down payment. That would not be a vehicle. I mean, that would be the down payment to get an order placed because it's going to take 4 years to get that vehicle built.
Okay.
And then we'll probably make annual payments and then a closing payment once the vehicle's done.
Okay, so that's not for the ambulances.
No, that is
Okay, I thought it was
for an
fire
additional
for-
fire truck.
Okay.
We probably won't order another ambulance or deal with a new ambulance for another 2 years.
Okay. So we had talked earlier about the fire trucks and whether or not it made sense to pay it up front. You were going to get costs differences if we were to pay it up front or not. Have you reached out to them yet?
I have not received word back from them as to what the updated quote will be. And I haven't had time to get, I could probably start to pencil out some of that. But I wanted to get through the budget process and then I'll have that, on your guys' agenda early in the year to make that purchase, and we'll talk through that as to whether it's an advantage to put the whole 500,000 up front, which is less than half of the cost of the apparatus, or would it be smarter for us to put a $200,000 deposit to make the order and then leave that money in our interest-bearing account? They do give us discounts. The more we pay up front, the more they discount us. When we ordered our last fire truck 5 years ago, going on 5 years ago, the city paid 100% upfront because they gave us a significant discount for doing so.
Right, and that's my point. If it is a significant enough savings, more than we will get in our AMLIP account for the fleet fund, it may make sense to add the total amount to our budget this year. So
Yeah, if
you can get the numbers back in time.
Yeah, I'll give him a call tomorrow and see. One option, if we did get to that, would be we could make a budget amendment later in the year to amend it to a larger amount to make that. I was pretty comfortable with the thought process. If I put 500,000 in there now, as a predictor, I didn't feel what I saw them provide in May didn't feel like going the full amount again would be a benefit, but a significant amount up to 500,000 would be appropriate.
And off the top of your head, do you know how much we have in the fire fleet fund reserves?
Ooh, I'm really ballparking this. It's right around the 800,000 is where we're at currently right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, any other questions on the budget? Madam Clerk, thank you, department heads, for running through that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On ordinance 2025-13, the 2026 proposed budget, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Miss Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed with 7 yeses.
We can suspend the rules here for 5 minutes, allow everybody to get up and stretch, use the restroom, do what we need to do. Thank you very much. By unanimous consent.
Item number 4, dinner, Santa.
We got one now, huh? Yep.
Neat. It was.
Yeah.
What's really cool about these is they're modular. So you can take them apart and make them as.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah,
So that's what they.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they sell it in 4 and 6 foot and 12 foot lengths. So you just. Might be cool. I don't know, I can put more than one. Right. They just, the past 20 years, we got to be able to make whatever payments. Right.
You doing, chief?
I'm not counting, but.
Third. I haven't eaten at all.
Yeah, me either.
What did I have? At lunch, I had what's it called? A drumstick.
Oh.
That's what I had for lunch.
No, that was the last. Did I ever tell you the story about us?
I was gonna run house and grab something to eat.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Literally. Our discount.
4 hour call and then it was
Paying someone for 4 hours.
big today.
More of a fine for not paying enough, I guess, you know. The sad part, that's the one reason you couldn't get
In the city?
for auction.
Huh?
Off Bur-
Oh, yeah.
Military guy.
That's pretty good. Huh? It tastes pretty good. Oh, yeah, it did.
Time of year.
No, it's been
But it-
a lot lately.
Yeah, and. Last week.
One a week ago.
Really?
We've had 3 in the last 4 weeks or so.
Yeah.
Not all inside the city. One was out in
Yeah.
the Moose Creek Apartments, but
Yeah.
same. Folks. He's not here anymore.
So his numbers and it's. Computer has like it's light out.
Oh, fun.
I was like, what are all these light ones?
Okay, folks, let's grab a seat. We got an hour and 13 minutes here to get the rest of the business done.
But on.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
If it's even possible.
But like yours and all the council members are printing out one that has it.
Right.
What are you talking about?
He's dead or.
That's just online?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're starving.
For the building department.
Weird.
You break it for him.
I didn't do it. It works in mine.
No.
It's there.
Stop running out. Oh, I was passing by like.
Yeah, my paper.
Blank on Emily's though.
Yeah, like,
The
yeah,
building
like,
department
like
wages
when
is
you're pulling
blank
up
on
that
yours,
minute, it
too.
was like, well, I don't know what I did, but, but it was like they were pulling, running down the road.
Madam Clerk, are we on the record?
We are back on the record, yes, sir.
All right, welcome back. With that vote, that brings us on to item 11C in ordinance 2025-14, the year-end budget adjustment. Like to get a motion to adopt, please.
Yeah.
Motion to adopt ordinance 2025-1 for ordinance of the city of North Pole amending the 2025 budget.
I'll second that. So moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, do you want to stick that up on the screen so we can,
Fiscal note.
yeah, please, if you would. Some adjustments for legal fees, which is most of it. Scroll down just a little bit more. That's good. Scroll up just a little bit. There you go. Would anyone else, any other department head like to speak to this? Normally I would ask Madam CFO to speak to this, but any questions about this from council? Please, Councilwoman Rolfe.
How did we come to the number for legal fees? Because that seems unreasonably high.
So that's for the year end in hopes to get us through the year end with the current legal fees that we've had the past 2 months at around $9,000 a month, I believe, $9,500 a month. I can't specifically speak to that. That was done with the CFO's forecasting. Councilman Brandt.
So for the last 3 months, our lawyers' fees have been right at $10,000 per month. Again, last year we spent $18,000 for the entire year. But $40,000 to get us through the next 2 months is ridiculous. So I would like to. It's hard to do without our CFO here to explain this.
Actually, sir, it would be 3 months because I don't believe that we have paid for the last quarter of the year, which is why it's where it's at.
Okay, well, even then it'd only be 30,000. Well, only 30. It would be 30,000. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's December, November, October, September. So it's 4 months.
Okay.
And and I think when she budgeted for it, it was the 3 previous bills that we've received have been right about $10,000. So she budgeted for the last 4 months at right about $10,000.
Was the idea that there's no expectation that
Through the chair, I'm sorry.
through the chair? So is the idea that there's no expectation that attorney costs, billing, anything is going to go down as he comes up to speed?
I honestly can't speak to this one. I'm sorry.
Earlier in the work session might have been a great time to
I mean, we
ask.
don't have the Madam CFO here, who's the one who made this, so I think it would be appropriate to postpone this to the next meeting so that she's here, that we can ask questions to. Nothing's going to change between now and December 1st.
I would second that.
Please, Chief.
Yeah, I was present when we talked about this just briefly during a meeting, and I recall some of what CFO Fogarty had said, but I believe her intent was she looked back at what it was costing us and forecast from there. And wanted to put enough in there that we didn't have to go back to the well later again by under budgeting. But I just want to remind you that this is just moving money into that category. It doesn't mean we have to spend that much. And hopefully that's not what we would do. Hopefully we would see some savings as things tighten up with legal fees. But I think her intent, and I'm just speculating, was she didn't want to go back to the well again to make sure that she put enough in there this time.
Agreed. That's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up, Chief. Councilman Brandt.
But again, one way or another, our legal fees have to come down, whether we get a new attorney or this attorney straightens up. We cannot afford $10,000 a month in legal fees, and I'm not willing to even, I'm just not willing to give them another $40,000.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else like to speak to this? If I may, I trust our CFO. She put this forward. Just because we move it, like Chief says, doesn't mean that we need to spend it. I don't see any reason to not make this move to postponement. So I would be against the postponement and just move this forward as the CFO put forth. Please, Councilman Brandt.
Can I ask ask the clerk what the professional services, the additional $8,000 is for?
The professional services is for the HR consultant. And they moved in between categories. So there's a decrease in the IT, decrease in promotion and apparels, and decrease from heating fuel to cover for the professional services HR consultant that came in.
$8,000?
We haven't received the invoice yet, but that's that should cover it. And that's, I mean, proposed what we're considering the invoice might cost.
Yes, please, go ahead, Councilman Williams.
Would it hurt to wait so Fish gets back and we can talk to her and she can explain this much? I hate to see us go down the road. Would it hurt to do that? Wait for her to come in and talk to us. And nothing. Good.
Is there a question in there?
Question is, wait until Trish gets talk us through it.
That's a statement, but yes, Councilman Brandt. No? Okay. Any other discussion on? Madam Clerk, please call the motion for postponement.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I heard it correct. The motion to postpone to December 1st was made by Ms. Rolfe, seconded by Mr. Brandt.
Correct.
Okay, on the motion to postpone ordinance 2025-14 to the December 1st meeting, Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Claus,
Yes.
and the Mayor Church.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed by a 6-1.
Okay. Brings us on to 12D, ordinance 2025-15, an ordinance amending Title II. Can I get a motion, please?
Move to advance, or I guess adopt ordinance 2025-15 and ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 36, Section 470, City Services Pay Scale.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Who would like to give the staff report on this? Councilman Brandt.
I think we covered this pretty much in depth at the last meeting. This is just an ordinance to address a specific retention, employment retention, employee retention issues in the city services departments.
Okay, do we have anybody signed up for public testimony on this?
I have nobody signed up for public testimony, and nobody in the room either, and nobody wrote in.
Okay. Council discussion. Okay. I guess I'll lead off here. I don't necessarily have an issue with this ordinance moving it forward. I just have an issue with the timing of this ordinance moving it forward. I think it's unfair to our employees as a whole to segregate out all of our employees with retention that hasn't been proven. Do we really have a retention issue? Per our code, we're supposed to provide specific data on what others are getting paid to be able to adjust the scale. And per our code, we're to use that same criteria across the entire city. None of that has been proven here with this ordinance. I don't object that our employees are our greatest asset at the city, all the way across the board. But pulling this one out from every other employee section, giving pay raises across the board above 20 and making that 3% from 10 to however long someone decides to work here at 3%, in addition to the professional development that could move them 6% every other year or every third year, without any sort of information, no statistics saying what this is going to cost, where it's going to come from, why it is requested other than for employee retention without any sort of analytics to back it up is very unfortunate. I think we should postpone this until next year when we get committees together to discuss this and we discuss pay raises across the entire city as a whole and not just pull out one singular department. If it was retention with one employee or one sector of employees, I could see addressing that. But this is across the entire board at a 5% I want, I wish. And then in January, adding another 3% to that, along with any sort of professional development moving forward. We're having heartburn over attorney's fees that certainly cost. And here we are doing a pay raise out of character and out of scope for our entire city. And what one department gets could continue on to other departments. Where do we decide when it's going to stop? Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the ordinance 2025-15, amending Title II, Chapter 36, Section 470, the City Services Pay Scale. Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mayor Church?
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed 6-1.
Okay. That brings us to item 12E, ordinance 2025-16.
Move to adopt ordinance number 2025-16, an ordinance of the city of North Pole, amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 030, council meeting time and place.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Staff report.
So as discussed last time, this was brought forward with the intention of giving more time to study all of the information that's given out.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for public testimony or anybody in the room who would like to give public testimony to this?
I don't have anybody online and nobody sent me in written testimony to read into the record.
Okay, that brings us to council discussion. Okay, I would like to move to amend line 61 to reflect 3 days instead of 1 day. And then I would also like, for clarification on line 106, there should be a K in front of line 106, as that's another section. Yep, right there in front of items on 106. Okay. And then I would like to strike the last sentence, please, from item K.
Mayor Church, may I get a second on this first amendment?
Oh, certainly. Sorry, I was amending the entire thing.
Second skips.
Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none. Oh, yes, please. Councilman Claus.
Since it has to do with council meetings and stuff, may we get some feedback from our city clerk, please? That's a question.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you like to speak to this?
To the ordinance itself or to the amendment or?
It's Councilman Claus's request. Do you want to be specific, sir?
If you wouldn't mind doing both, Madam Clerk.
Sure. So the amendment, I believe Mayor Church is making the amendment so that way the deadline can be from council to staff before because we're going to have to change the way we do our business. So right now, as it is, council members can send things in 1 day before, but then the staff isn't allowed to consider any of these things. So what will be happening is Monday, we'll have our Monday meeting. Tuesday will be council closeout. Wednesday will be the staff meeting day. As it is right now, Thursday would be the deadline to send things in, and then Friday would be the publication deadline. So the week of the council meetings will be the same week that the next agendas due. So it'll be a busy week, and I believe Mayor Church's intention is to make it a 3-day deadline so staff can consider it at the staff meeting on Wednesday before the agenda goes out on Friday. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. And then since Councilman Claus has asked you to speak on this as a whole, please feel free to do that as well.
I mean, it'll just change the way that we do business, and it'll make the council meetings are long days already. I was thinking coming in at noon today wouldn't end up being a 12-hour day, but I can certainly come in later. But it'll just make for all of us, we'll have a long Monday, and then we're just going to have to come together. But it will make for a long week, the weeks of the council meeting / agenda due same week. So I'll just need to sign off on comp time because it's going to be tough to get the amount of work done in a 40-hour work week. I'm not sure if I'm addressing that correctly.
So,
follow up,
further
please,
there,
Councilman Claus.
So you were talking about the long day and stuff, and then you mentioned comp time. I thought it was Like if you work, wouldn't that be overtime?
So department heads, we do earn comp time, but it's hour for hour. So it's not overtime like time and a half is. Some of the staff members, if they work extra time, they get, for every 1 hour worked, they get an hour and a half. As long as there's not an issue with signing off on, I'm going to have longer than 40-hour weeks. But I'm going to have longer than 40-hour weeks when this adjustment is made. I'll work with it. I have no problem working with adjustments, but
All right, thank you. That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Rolfe.
I'm wondering why the staff meetings as to the items can't be discussed the week after with the agenda. So if the agenda comes out on Friday, why can't the staff meetings continue to be on Tuesdays and the items are then discussed still prior to them actually coming up or being voted on?
Is that directed at me or to the clerk?
To you, you're the one with the amendment.
Yeah, I certainly think that it's important to speak to it before it comes onto our agenda. I think it's important that we have our attorney on certain items look over that and the additional time so that we can discuss that as a staff. Think about the implications that that may have on our city business, on our city, and on our employees. Certainly makes a lot of sense rather than allowing that to happen the following week, as you have proposed, or allowing items to come a day before the agenda is put out without allowing staff a chance to discuss that and talk about it, which has been the way we've done business for a long time here at the city of North Pole.
I guess my concern comes from the discussions concerning the items for the agenda are happening behind closed doors without council members' input or presence, especially on items that are being put forward by council members. And those are conversations that should be happening, one, in front of public. They should be on the record with input from citizens, or at least where citizens can hear the testimony, but at a minimum with input from those who've sponsored the ordinances, which is my understanding from what you've just described is not what's happening currently.
So it's always nice. I'm not saying what you're implying is we're doing something that is out of character and out of sorts in some sort of hidden, secretive way. We come together as a staff to talk about the effect that the business that happens here in this room by this dais has on our employees and our entire city before it happens, to understand the implications of that. Maybe I misunderstood your question.
My concern is that information is not being relayed to council who's then voting on it. It's happening among staff only. And the information that's occurring or the discussions that are occurring in the staff meetings is not then being relayed at the council meetings. So council who are voting on and proposing the ordinances aren't getting the same information. So putting us at a greater disadvantage than we're already at with only having 3 days to review it or ask department heads or ask our citizens how they feel about it. And moving this date back just seems to perpetuate that issue.
Well, if you're writing the ordinance and bringing it forth, you should know everything about the ordinance before it comes to a staff meeting. I don't know why that's an issue.
Well, my understanding is the ordinance that was postponed tonight that I sent to Chief Smith was then discussed at the staff meeting without my knowledge. I didn't send it to the staff. I sent it to Chief Smith to get his ideas on it because it wasn't at a stage yet where it was ready to be presented to go on the agenda. Well, then a whole discussion occurred. I have no idea what happened in those discussions or what came of it because it happened without my knowledge and without any public being aware of it, no minutes, no recordings, no anything. And that's what my concern is.
Okay. Would anyone on staff like to speak to that?
I would just say that something you mentioned there kind of hits right at the heart of the issue. You mentioned it was discussed in a context where it was not yet ready for the agenda. The staff is trying to tell council the purpose of the meeting is to work and hash through some of these things before they're ready to be presented to all of you, right? Like when I do my term paper and I get it peer reviewed, the professor is not sitting there listening to me do the peer review with my peers because I'm trying to prepare a product to take to the professor, right? So it's not a matter of we don't want you to know about it, but there are certainly times when I'm trying to float an idea or something that I need to know if it's a bonkers idea. And I need honest feedback from my peers with no offense, without the people that I'm trying to present it to necessarily in the room, not because we're trying to hide something, but because I want to deliver to you the finished, good, complete project. So the attitude of staff doesn't need to see this. Yes, that's well within the rights of council to operate that way. But what we're trying to come back with is let's all work together on this so that I don't create something that has unintended consequences. Council doesn't create something that has unintended consequences, and there's balance in between those two things.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Brandt.
Well, you say that, but it does go two ways. The staff isn't working with council. We literally get this packet 3 days before we have to vote on it, whereas you may have been working on an ordinance for months. And then we get it and we have 3 days to read over it, review it, and vote on it. So it does work both ways. So what we're asking for is more time to ask questions of the staff. We can't do that right now. You don't work Fridays. Tim, you don't work Fridays. We get this on Friday. We can't ask questions of you.
Please, Councilman Schuster.
Just for clarification, I think we're kind of off into two different subjects right now. One is the deadline, or the agenda packet deadline, which I don't think anybody's disagreeing with. And I think we're discussing the amendment. So I think we're on kind of two different topics right now.
Thank you for that point of order, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So Sandra's saying that there was discussion. I did get the ordinance. I'm not sure if it was sent to me late Tuesday or early Wednesday, but we were closed on Tuesday. So then we had the staff meeting on Wednesday. So I did put it on the staff meeting agenda because I wasn't directed not to, but we had the staff meeting a day later than normal because we weren't open on. And standard operating procedure is everything that's going on the agenda is discussed in the staff meeting. Chief Heineken will bring things, Chief Smith will bring things, Trish will bring things, and sometimes it's the first time that any of us know that, oh, there's something in another department that's coming up. So nothing nefarious was discussed. But that's why it ended up on the staff meeting, because we were closed on Tuesday. And so when you sent it to me, I just put it on the staff meeting agenda, and it was discussed at staff meeting. I don't believe it was really super discussed at length. It was just, okay, now we've got another ordinance going on this agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Brandt.
So going back to your amendment, so this says items to be included on the agenda must be submitted to the city clerk not later than 1 workday prior to posting the agenda, yada, yada, yada. So the work session that we had today, that literally wasn't posted to the agenda until the day after the agenda came out and was published. Sometimes things need to be put on the agenda at the last minute. Staff does it all the time. I don't see how this is a problem.
Okay, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
On the amendment to change line 61 from 1 day to 3 days to ordinance 2025-16, Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yeah.
Mr. Brandt,
No.
Mr. Claus,
No.
Miss Rolfe,
No.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
And that passed 4-3.
Okay, thank you. Would like to make another amendment with the clerical error. Did you get the K added on line 106, Madam Clerk?
I do have it,
Okay,
but not in
thank
the
you.
packet that yeah.
I would like to strike the last sentence of item K to remove this section shall not preclude council members from proposing additions or deletions so long as those proposals are placed before council at the time of the agenda is being considered and receive a minimum of 4 votes to the rest of the end of the sentence.
So line 109 through 112.
Yes, please.
Second, Skips.
Discussion. Yeah, Councilman Brandt.
If 4 council members vote to approve it, what's the problem with it?
The reason why I would like to remove this section of code, Councilman Brandt, is for transparency. If the reason for being transparent with all of our city business and allow everyone to read through our business 10 days prior, this section here, by removing it, would preclude any one of us from bringing business to a council meeting and hand carrying an ordinance to a council meeting, allowing that to be added to the agenda the day of the meeting. And by striking this, it would force our entire council to act in a way that is truly transparent within the 10-day rule that has been proposed. Any further discussion?
Don't make sense. Ask again. Run it by me again.
It doesn't make sense even if you did run it by us again.
Run it by me again.
I appreciate it if you would
make
keep
sense.
this. I certainly will. Yeah,
Okay, that doesn't
I'll
make
explain
sense
it
to
to you again. And I would appreciate it if the snide comments couldn't happen and we can have an orderly debate here. I would like to strike this section, which would disallow council members from bringing business or an ordinance or a resolution to the council meeting and amending the agenda by having votes and truly being transparent. If transparency is the reason for amending this so that everybody can read through it with the proper amount of time, and the true reason is transparency, hand carrying in an ordinance, having 4 votes to hand carry in an ordinance shouldn't be allowed. And that's exactly what this section is. It's disallowing that from happening and truly being transparent. Please, Councilman Brandt.
That is not at all what this section says. We amend the agenda all the time and we vote on it, and for 4 members, we did it tonight. So you want to say from now on, we can't consent anything, we can't postpone anything by a vote of 4 members of the council?
By removing that section, sir, it would disallow you the ability to hand carry in an ordinance at our meeting. It wouldn't change how we do our business by adjusting our agenda. It would just remove the possibility of hand carrying an item into these chambers and having that added to an agenda. Please, Councilwoman Rolfe.
My reading of section K is you would need to delete it in its entirety to preclude that from happening. That's the current section that's already in code. This is what is in the proposed ordinance isn't a modification from what's currently in code. Section K as written is what is currently in code. It allows for items to be added or deleted to the agenda and then placed onto the agenda at the appropriate time by the mayor. taking out that last sentence doesn't do what you're wanting to do. You have to delete K in its entirety to do what you're proposing.
I disagree with that. And if we were to delete K, it would do exactly what Councilman Brandt just stated, where it wouldn't allow us as a council to change our agenda and move that around.
Right, but the first sentence of K says items may be added to or deleted from the agenda by a vote of 4 council members. So we would be able to do that on the day by adding it. A vote of 4.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have any weigh in on this?
She has a point. That's my way in. It kind of, in grand fashion of our code, it reiterates itself, or sometimes it contradicts itself. But Kay definitely, she kind of states the same thing twice.
Please, Councilman Brandt.
Just to be clear, Councilmember Rolfe did not change this at all. This is current code. So you said she
It is
stated
current code,
twice,
yes, yeah.
but she did not say it twice. It's
No, she didn't make that amendment. That's copied and pasted minus the K.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion?
I'll be honest with you, it still don't make sense.
Councilman Williams, go ahead.
It don't make sense to me, okay? Show me a picture.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Schuster. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to amend to strike the last sentence from line 109 to 112, the section shall not preclude council members from proposing additions or deletions so long as those proposals are placed before the council at the time of the agenda is being considered and receive a minimum of 4 votes, except that the procedure for amending the agenda may not be altered or denied. Mr. Claus?
No on the amendment.
Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Mr. Brandt?
No.
Ms. Rolfe?
No.
Mr. Skips?
No.
Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
And that failed 6-1.
Okay,
Was there more discussion or more amendments?
that's a great question. Any more discussion or any more amendments? Okay, seeing none, call the roll.
On ordinance 2025-16, an ordinance of the City of North Pole amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 0C30, council meeting time and place. Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That ordinance passed by 7.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That brings us on to 12F, ordinance 2025-17.
Move to adopt ordinance 2025-17, ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 040, titled Journal.
Okay, moving on, seeing failure of the second, that fails. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
There's
Because a
no,
motion was made and there's no second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Claus. That brings us on to staff report. Who would like to give a staff report on this?
Again.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Rolfe.
So this was brought really for 2 reasons. One being our minutes currently say basically nothing in them. Minutes should really be a reflection of what has occurred, a brief synopsis of the discussion that has occurred in the meeting. and then outlining what meetings are required to be have minutes at them, as well as requiring that all meetings also be streamed to the public and recorded. The second, I guess, reason behind it is we did receive the memo from the attorney that basically said if we disagreed on what should be made public and streamed, then we should fix our ordinance. So this fixes that.
Okay, thank you for trying to fix that. Appreciate that. Do we have anyone signed up for public testimony on this?
I have nobody signed up and nobody sent in any testimony for me to read into the record.
Would our citizen in the room like to give any testimony on this? Oh, wonderful. Please step forward. If you wouldn't mind grabbing the mic there. You're going to stick it out to the end. You might as well speak about it, huh? Please state your name, place of residence.
Adam Rolfe, I live in Lake Drive. Out of all the laws that could be, this is one of the ones I most favor. I'm all in favor of public transparency, getting the information out to the public as much as possible, whether they watch it then and there or go back and review it. And for your guys' behalf, benefit, so that you guys understand why an ordinance became enacted or why something was changed from a percentage from like bed tax from 25% to 5%. Nobody really knows. So this would give you that back history on what the rationale was for that. So I'm definitely in favor of it. And everybody should adopt. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Brings us on to council discussion. I do recall, please, Councilman Brandt.
I just want to say, I think Mr. Rolfe put it very good, very, very nicely. Sorry. I spend a lot of time going through old minutes trying to find the intent of the council for why they did what they did. This would help immensely with that, especially the recordings. I can go through the old minutes, find exactly what was discussed, and then if I need further information, I can go to the video to review that. So that's a whole intent of this ordinance. And then also for the live streaming and recording of the meetings. Not everybody in the public can attend these meetings. Our YouTube viewership is, 100 and some people per meeting at least. So that shows that there is interest in viewing our meetings at a later date. So anyway, that was the intent behind the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Oh, please. Councilman Claus.
Thank you, Mayor. We heard a little bit before from our city clerk about the meetings and stuff, the agendas and all that sort of thing. And I'm wondering if our city clerk and deputy clerk would like to comment on this particular ordinance 2025-17.
So in reading Robert's rules, I'm just gonna, you guys are welcome to follow along, but under minutes and reports of officers, it says content of the minutes. In an ordinary society, the minutes should contain mainly a record of what was done at the meeting and not what was said by members. The minutes must never reflect the secretary's opinion, favorable or otherwise, on anything said or done. For the committee of a whole, it says, therefore, during the time that a meeting is in committee of a whole, even though the committee consists of the entire body of members in attendance at the assembly/council meeting, it's not technically a meeting of the assembly or the council. And also under the proceedings of a committee of whole or a quasi-committee of the whole are not entered into the minutes, but the fact that the assembly went into the committee of a whole is what's reported. So that's what Robert's rules said. I don't know, Maggie, do you have anything?
Just that at clerk trainings, they push action minutes. And we actually do more than action minutes. And as far as not having minutes for like the committee of the whole and other things, that wasn't the clerks trying to be non-transparent. It was trying to follow the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. So yeah, I mean, if you want minutes, we can do minutes. It's what we do, but it wasn't because we're trying to be non-transparent. It's we're trying to follow rules that we know and that other clerks and the clerk societies teach us.
And I have no problem live streaming. This ordinance passes and I can live stream everything. But doing a synopsis of what each person said is laborious and not recommended by Robert's Rules of Order. If I'm supposed to consider what your intent is and type it out, and I know people always like to say, oh, we'll get a transcription, but then every and ah and background burp is going to be, transcribed by AI, and that takes an equally large amount of time to go back and read through and figure out what the exact transcript is. And action items is what happens at the meeting. And if we're live streaming, I'd be happy to, put the time and date stamp. And I know Sandra pointed out at the last meeting that a former clerk did put the time and date stamp, but that former clerk was also putting reports from people. Those reports didn't actually happen in the meeting. I don't ask the staff to give me a report because like tonight, Chief had to go out on a call. He might not have been here to give his report, but the former clerk would copy and paste into the minutes. It wasn't actually what happened at the meeting. I don't ask them to give me the reports because I just, write a brief synopsis of, but if it's, the budget ordinance, there was a whole lot of conversation. The amount of time that is going to be needed in order for minutes to get done on a 5-hour meeting is going to be exponentially long, and Robert's Rules doesn't recommend it. So thank you for the time.
Thank you for that. Ms. Rolfe, I heard you whispering and raising your hand, please.
I mean, this isn't meant to be a laborious task to transcribe what occurs. That's not the intent here. The intent here is exactly what it says, a brief synopsis of the discussion. Currently, all it says is that a discussion occurred. What was the discussion on? Was it on one specific fact? Was it on one thing? It just needs to, it's asking for a brief synopsis of what the discussion that occurred was. It doesn't need to be a synopsis of every single comment. A general synopsis of what the discussion was is what's required per here. So it's not meant to take hours and days to create the minutes. It's supposed to give a general idea of the type of discussion that occurred during the meeting to show what the general intent behind anything was.
Councilman Brandt.
I want to go back to what you were saying about the committee of the whole. In the past, from going through old minutes, they used to provide minutes for the committee of the whole. And that was very helpful because we do a lot of business during the committee of the whole that does not come to the regular meeting. Tonight, we consented, 7 or 8 items. No discussion on those items whatsoever. That was done during the committee of the whole. So there's no record of any discussion whatsoever on those items. So if we go back to try to find out why it was consented, what the discussion was leading up to why it was consented, currently we have no way to do that. With the recordings, that's the main reason why I wanted the work sessions and committee of the whole recorded. As far as the minutes, I realize minutes for an informal meeting such as a work session or a committee of the whole would be very difficult. The City of Fairbanks, they just do a detailed agenda on the work session. And then they do a attendance tally of who is there, the mayor, the council members, the staff, whatever presenters may be there. And that's all that's really necessary as long as we have the video to go back and watch or listen to it.
And I have no problem streaming the video. I do not recall any discussion in the committee of a whole on the items that were consented. The AML travel for the 3 council members that Jordan just said he'd like to propose that to be consented, and then the 2 committee appointments for the Fairbanks North Star Borough. So there isn't going to be anything for me to write in the minutes of those meetings anyway.
Councilman Brandt.
I do agree with that on tonight, the things that were consented, but in the past, we have lengthy discussions about contracts and then we decide to consent it, or we have lengthy discussions about something else and then we decide to consent it. Again, it's always nice to be able to go back and if something is consented or the minutes say no discussion occurred, and that has happened to me to where I did go and watch a video and there was discussion, although it said no discussion occurred. So having both, like I said, a brief synopsis and then the recordings, that's going to be not only helpful to us as a council, but also the public.
Councilman Skips.
Yeah, with committee of the whole, if items are being discussed, like you said, and then it's
Consented?
It's consented, you could always say, no, I don't consent. And if one person says you don't consent, they're not going to consent it, just so it's put on record. So just because everybody's, like you're saying, you have big discussions on it and you want to know what's going on, don't consent it if you want it on the record.
If I may, you mentioned the way City of Fairbanks did it. And I appreciate you paying attention to other municipalities in our area and how they do it. You said that they follow an agenda and they write an agenda instead of writing a brief synopsis. If that was the way that you intended it to happen here in this ordinance, why did you state and require item D on line 39 and 40 versus having an agenda that we follow for those budget workshops or committee of the whole?
That was not my intent.
Councilman Brandt, please, go ahead.
That was not my intent. That was just a suggestion.
Thank you for the clarification. I would like to move to amend line 44 to strike furthermore.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on that? Call the roll on the amendment, please.
On the amendment to strike furthermore from line 44 from ordinance 2025-17. Mr. Claus?
No.
Ms. Rolfe?
No.
Mr. Brandt?
No.
Mr. Schuster? Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Mayor Church?
Yes.
Would any like?
Thank you. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That failed with 4 noes and 3 yeses.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. I know when this was brought up before, we had talked about the difficulty of keeping these videos that we record for all of these meetings. Were you able to do some research on whether we could continue that through other means or had to keep that on our servers?
So far, I do believe that in the future, though, there will be an issue with holding the data on our servers, and we may need a package to store more audio. Thus far, YouTube has YouTube videos that have been out there since like the dawn of YouTube. They may at some point start charging us to save our data, and we could address that when it comes up. But at this point, they don't charge us anything for the live stream, and they haven't charged us anything for the past council meetings. I almost hate to say it on the record because I don't want them to hear like maybe they want to charge us in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on this? Madam Clerk, yes, Councilman Brandt.
I would just say if that does change in the future, this can always be amended.
Thank goodness we put extra in the budget for codifying. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
That certainly wouldn't address codification, but okay, yes, you're right, Mayor Church. I see what you're saying. Okay, on ordinance 2025-17, an ordinance of the City of North Pole amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 040 Journal. Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
No.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
And Mayor Church?
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That passed 5-2.
All right, thank you. That brings us on to item 12G, ordinance 2025-18. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2025-18, an ordinance of the City of North Pole amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 060, Order of Business.
Sitting on.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Staff report. Would Councilmember Rolfe or sponsor Councilman Brandt? Oh, yes,
She's
please.
coughing up her
Go
guts
ahead.
over there.
Yeah, so.
This one's pretty simple. We're just moving the citizens' comments to the beginning of the meeting. I've got a lot of really positive feedback on that. So like this evening when we had proclamations and things like that, if somebody came in just to talk on a specific topic that's not on the agenda, they could have spoke to that before all of that happened and saved themselves, 45 minutes or so. So that was the intent for this.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody signed up or would like to give public testimony to this?
I have nobody signed up online and nobody wrote in any comment on this. Nope. And Mr. Ralph's shaking his head.
Okay. Thank you. Council discussion. Please, Mr. Skips.
Oh, I have a proposed amendment to change line 56 to have it say council and mayor comments.
I'll second that. Discussion on the amendment. Oh, Councilman Brandt.
I'll just say this was included based on comments made by the mayor before he was mayor. So I just included it for that. He has unlimited time at the beginning of the meeting to speak on anything he wants. And again, this was a discussion that he and I had before he was mayor, and he was very opposed to the previous mayor talking at the end of the meeting and at the beginning of the meeting. So that's why I included it here.
If I may speak to that, I was opposed to that for lengthy reasons, where at the end of the day, the mayor would go on for 15 minutes about stuff that happened that didn't have a whole lot to do with our community, that didn't have a whole lot to do with anything. Sometimes he'd talk about business. So I agree with you as far as that goes, Councilman Brandt. what is interesting to me is if it is removed from as proposed, one of you 7 council members will be mayor and will essentially be censured by this ordinance, which I find sort of comical. But like Councilman Brandt said earlier, we can just go ahead and change that at a later date if need be. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
On the amendment to change line 56 to council comments and the mayor for ordinance 2025-18, Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
No.
Mr. Claus,
No.
Mr. Brandt,
No.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
No.
Mayor Church.
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That amendment failed 4-3.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On ordinance 2025-18, an ordinance of the City of North Pole amending Title II, Chapter 12, Section 060, Order of Business. Mr. Claus,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Rolfe,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
No.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
and Mayor Church.
No. Would anyone like to change their vote?
This ordinance passed 5-2.
All right, that brings us on to item 12H, a request to council, master services agreement. Director, please, staff report.
Okay, so we have a current master service agreement with engineering firm Respec, and it is expiring at the end of January. This is just a 2-year extension on that master services agreement.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody signed up for public testimony?
I have nobody signed up for public testimony and nobody wrote in for anything for me to read onto the record.
Okay, that brings us to council discussion.
I see a note, just FYI, anything that doesn't get addressed this evening will go on to the next agenda. Is that?
Councilman Claus, do you have a question, sir?
No question. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I didn't get a motion and a second on the master services.
Oh, that's excellent.
So moved.
So Ms. Rolfe is motioning to approve. Is that Ms.
Yes,
Rolfe?
motion to approve the master service agreement.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to approve the master services agreement for Respect, Mr. Claus. Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Schuster,
Yes.
Mr. Brandt,
Yes.
Mr. Skips,
Yes.
Mayor Church.
Yes.
And that, if nobody's changing their vote, that passed with 7.
Thank you. Brings us on to 12I with 10 minutes to go up until midnight. Thank you all for joining us this evening. Can I get a motion, please?
This is on the Highway Park Playground project.
How do we make a motion on a memo?
It's a request to council, so it would be a motion to approve the request.
Motion to approve the
Yes, I think everything there is currently functional, and our guys do a great job maintaining it. I don't personally see any reason why we would change out the equipment.
Thank you.
It doesn't appear to be falling apart. It doesn't appear to me to be a safety issue.
If I may, do we have any ADA parks inside the city that would allow someone who maybe is incapacitated to use that park and then and enjoy a park if maybe they're wheelchair bound?
I do not believe we do.
Okay. Councilman Brandt.
I'll say that the redesign of the Fifth Avenue Park that should be taking place next year will bring the Fifth Avenue Park into ADA compliance.
And Councilman Brandt, since you brought that up, do you have any idea when that's actually going to happen? Because I know it's part of the 5-year KIP. Do you have any sort of inside knowledge? Like if we don't move forward with this?
It's on the top of the CIP, and it should start as the fiscal year starts in July.
So this
nothing is guaranteed until they actually break ground on it, but it is on the top of the CIP right now.
the scoping or the actual work itself?
The actual work itself.
And have you seen plans for that?
They have not completed the plans yet.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Preliminary plans for it.
Any further discussion on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the request.
On the request to council to approve Highway Park Playground Project, Mr. Schuster?
No.
Mr. Williams?
Nope.
Mr. Brandt?
No.
Mr. Claus?
No.
Ms. Rolfe?
No.
Mr. Skips?
No.
And Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote?
That failed 6-1. And I don't know when the audio did this is recording or something. Somehow it muted. You all saw I was sitting here, so I don't know how it happened, but.
Okay, well, that's quite all right. With 3 minutes left, I don't believe that we can get to item 12C, so I'd like to move to adjourn.
Second.
That was Mayor Church, second Skips. Thank you.
So what's next?
Can we call the roll on that, please?
Yeah,
What happens to the items we didn't get to if we just adjourn?
they'll be pushed on to unfinished business. And I already had ordinance 2025 was postponed, and then the request to council PFAS will be under unfinished business at the next meeting. The executive session will carry as well.
Ooh, okay, so we got all this.
Okay, so on the motion to adjourn by Church and Skips, Ms. Rolfe?
Yes.
Mr. Schuster?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Skips?
Yes.
Mr. Brandt?
Yes.
Mayor Church?
Yes. Would anyone like to change their vote? With that, thank you all for being here and have a wonderful evening.
We're adjourned at 11:59.
The roll to adjourn?
No, they can just do it by eating.
Thanksgiving, everyone.